The idea that in our country, established by the very rejection of a monarchy, the president has absolute power is absurd, as is the idea that this president, whose conduct is ultimately the cause of this entire process, will suddenly stop. President Trump continues to invite foreign powers to interfere with our elections, maintaining to this day that it was, quote, a perfect call. Mr. President, our founders knew that all people, all leaders, are fallible human beings. And they knew that our system of checks and balances could survive some level of human frailty, even in as important an office as the presidency. The one thing that they feared it could not survive was a president who would put self-interest before the interests of the American people, or who didn't understand the difference between the two. As citizen-in-chief and one wielding enormous power, presidents must put country first. So our founders knew that we needed a mechanism to hold presidents accountable for behavior that violated that basic understanding and that would threaten our democracy. And they provided a mechanism for removal outside of the election process because of the immense damage a president could do in the time between elections. Damage in the case of this president's continuing behavior to our national security and election integrity. Our founders believed that they were establishing a country that would be unique in the history of humankind, a country that would be indispensable, built on the rule of law, not the whims of a ruler. Generation after generation of Americans have fought for that vision because of what it has meant to our individual and collective success and to the progress of humankind worldwide. That's the America that I have sworn an oath to protect. I will vote in favor of both articles of impeachment because the president's conduct requires it, Congress's responsibility as a co-equal branch of government requires it, and the very foundation and security of our American idea requires it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the day I was sworn in as a United States Senator, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Just last month, at the beginning of the impeachment trial, I took a second oath to do fair and impartial justice, according to the same Constitution I swore to protect. As I took the oath and throughout the impeachment trial, I couldn't help but think of my father. As many of you know, I lost my dad over the holiday recess. While so many were arguing over whether or not the Speaker of the House should send articles of impeachment to the Senate, I was struggling with watching him slip away, while only occasionally trying to weigh in with my voice to be heard about the need for witnesses in the upcoming impeachment trial. My dad was a great man, a loving husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who did his best to instill in me the values of right and wrong as I grew up in Fairfield, Alabama. He was also a fierce patriot who loved this country. Although fortunately he was never called on to do so, I firmly believe he would have placed his country even above his family because he knew and understood fully what America and the freedoms and liberties that come with her mean to everyone in this great country and significantly to people around the world. I know he would have put his country before any allegiance to any political party or even to any president. He was on the younger side of that greatest generation who joined the Navy at age 17 to serve our great military. That service and love of country shaped him into the man of principle that he was, instilling in me those same principles. and think of him, his patriotism, his principles, and how he raised me, I am reminded of Robert Kennedy's words that were mentioned in this trial. Few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. Yet it is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change a world that yields most painfully to change. Candidly, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I fear that moral courage, country before party, is a rare commodity these days. We can write about it and talk about it in speeches and in the media, but it is harder to put into action when political careers may be on the line. Nowhere is the dilemma more difficult than in an impeachment of the President of the United States. Very early on in this process, I implored my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in both houses of Congress to stay out of their political and partisan corners. Many did, but so many did not. Even the media continually view this entire process through partisan political eyes and how it may or may not affect an election. That is unfortunate. The country deserves better, and we must find a way to move beyond such partisan divides. The solemn oaths that I have taken have been my guides during what has been a difficult time for the country, my state, and for me personally. I did not run for the Senate hoping to participate in the impeachment trial of a duly elected president, but I cannot and will not shrink from my duty to defend the Constitution and to do impartial justice. In keeping with my oath as senator and my oath to do impartial justice, I resolved that throughout this process I would keep an open mind, to consider the evidence without regard to political affiliation, and to hear all of the evidence before making a final decision on either charge against the president. I believe that my votes later today will reflect that commitment. With the eyes of history upon us, I'm acutely aware of the precedents that this impeachment trial will set for future presidencies and Congresses. Unfortunately, I do not believe that those precedents are good ones. I am particularly concerned that we have now set a precedent that the Senate does not have to go forward with witnesses or review documents, even when those witnesses have firsthand information. And the documents would allow us to test not just the credibility of witnesses, but also test the words of counsel of both parties. It is my firm belief that the American people deserve more. In short, witnesses and documents would provide the Senate and the American people with a more complete picture of the truth. And I believe the American people deserve nothing less. That's not to say, however, that there is not sufficient evidence in which to render a judgment. There is. As a trial lawyer, I once explained this process to a jury as like putting together the pieces of a puzzle. When you open the box and spread all the pieces on the table, it's just an incoherent jumble. But one by one, you hold those pieces up, and you hold them next to each other and see what fits and what doesn't. And even if, as was often the case in my house growing up, you're missing a few pieces, even important ones, you more often than not see the picture. As I've said many times, I believe the American people deserve to see a completed puzzle, a picture with all of the pieces, pieces in the form of documents and witnesses with relevant firsthand information, which would have provided valuable context, corroboration, or contradiction to that which we have heard. But even with missing pieces, our common sense and life's experiences allow us to see the picture as it comes into full view. Throughout the trial, one piece of evidence continued to stand out for me. It was the president's statement that under the Constitution, we have Article 2 and I can do anything I want. That seems to capture this president's belief about the presidency, that he has unbridled power, unchecked by Congress or the judiciary or anyone else. That view, dangerous as it is, explains the President's actions toward Ukraine and Congress. The sum of what we've seen and heard is, unfortunately, a picture of a president who has abused the great power of his office for personal gain. A picture of a president who has placed his personal interest well above the interest of the nation, and in so doing, threatened our national security, the security of our European allies, and the security of Ukraine. The evidence clearly proves that the president used the weight of his office and the weight of the United States government to seek to coerce a foreign government to interfere in our election for his personal political benefit. His actions were more than simply inappropriate. They were an abuse of power. When I was a lawyer for the Alabama Judicial Inquiry Commission, there was a saying that the chairman of the Inquiry Commission and one of Alabama's great judges used to say, Randall Cole. Judge Cole used to say about judges who strayed from the canons of ethics that the judge left his post. Sadly, President Trump left his post with regard to the withholding of military aid to Ukraine and a White House visit for the new Ukrainian president. And in so doing, he took the great powers of the office of the President of the United States with him. Impeachment is the only check on such presidential wrongdoing. The second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress, gave me more pause. I've struggled to understand the House's strategy and their failure to fully pursue documents and witnesses, and wished that they had done more. However, after careful consideration of the evidence developed in the hearings, the public disclosures, the legal precedents, and the trial, I believe that the President deliberately and unconstitutionally obstructed Congress by refusing to cooperate with the investigation in any way. While I am sensitive to protecting the privileges and immunities afforded to the President and his advisors, I believe it's critical to our constitutional structure that we also protect the authorities of the Congress of the United States. Here, it was clear from the outset that the President had no intention whatsoever of accommodating Congress when he blocked both witnesses and documents from being produced. In addition, he engaged in a course of conduct to threaten potential witnesses and smear the reputations of the civil servants who did come forward and provide testimony. The President's actions demonstrate a belief that he is above the law, that Congress has no power whatsoever in questioning or examining his actions, and that all who do so at their peril. That belief, unprecedented in history of this country, simply must not be permitted to stand. To do otherwise risks guaranteeing that no future whistleblower or witness will ever come forward, and no future president, Republican or Democrat, will be subject to congressional oversight as mandated by the Constitution, even when the President has so clearly abused his office and violated the public trust. Accordingly, I will vote to convict the President on both articles of impeachment. In doing so, I am mindful that in a democracy there is nothing more sacred than the right to vote and respecting the will of the people. But I'm also mindful that when our founders wrote the Constitution, they envisioned a time, or at least a possibility, that our democracy would be more damaged if we failed to impeach and remove a president. Such is the moment in history that we face today. The gravity of this moment, the seriousness of the charges, and the implication for future presidencies and Congresses all contributed to the difficulty with which I have arrived at my decision. I am mindful, Mr. President, that I am standing at a desk that once was used by John F. Kennedy, who famously wrote Profiles in Courage, and there will be so many who will simply look at what I'm doing today and say it is a profile in courage. It is not. It is simply a matter of right and wrong. Doing right is not a courageous act. It is simply following your oath. Mr. President, this has been a divisive time for our country, but I think it has nonetheless been an important constitutional process for us to follow. As this chapter of history draws to a close, one thing is clear to me. As I've said before, our country deserves better than this. They deserve better from the President. They deserve better from the Congress. We must find a way to come together to set aside partisan differences and to focus on what we have in common as Americans. While so much is going on in our favor these days, we still face great challenges, both domestically and internationally. But it remains my firm belief that united, we can conquer them and remain the greatest hope for the people around the world. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today the United States Senate is called upon to uphold our oath of office and our duty to the Constitution because President Trump failed to do that himself. After listening closely to the impeachment managers and the President's defense team, weighing the evidence that was presented to us, and being denied the opportunity to see relevant documents and hear from firsthand witnesses, I will vote to find President Trump guilty on both articles of impeachment. I take no pleasure in voting to impeach a president and remove him from office. I agree with those who say impeachment should be rare and American voters should decide our elections. That is why it's so galling President Trump blatantly solicited foreign interference in our democratic process, and he did it as he geared up for re-election. The evidence shows President Trump deliberately and illicitly sought foreign help to manufacture a scandal that would elevate him by tarnishing a political rival. He attempted to undermine our democracy, using U.S. taxpayer money in the form of U.S. military aid to the Ukraine as leverage for his own personal benefit. The president's aides, who heard President Trump's call seeking a favor from the Ukrainian president, immediately sensed it was wrong. So when they alerted the White House lawyers, the record of the call was immediately placed on a highly classified computer system. And despite the president's claiming that the version of the call that was publicly released is an exact word-for-word transcript of the conversation, we know from testimony that there are key omissions in the document we all read. Compounding the president's misconduct, he then engaged in an extended cover-up that appears to be ongoing to this day. There is a lot to unravel here, and I will provide a more detailed legal explanation in the near future. But for now, let me briefly explain my decision and outline my thoughts on the Senate's impeachment proceedings and the disturbing precedents I fear will be set when the majority chooses to side with the president over the Constitution's checks and balances. The House of Representatives voted to impeach the president for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Based on the uncontested evidence, I concur. It is clear that President Trump and others, such as Mr. Giuliani, who was serving as the president's lawyer, attempted to coerce the newly elected president of the Ukraine to announce 2 sham investigations, including one that sought to directly damage President Trump's rival in the upcoming election. The president's actions served his personal and political needs, not those of our country. His efforts to withdraw military aid and withhold military aid to Ukraine for his own personal benefit undermined our national security. The second article of impeachment charges the president with obstruction of Congress for blocking testimony and refusing to provide documents in response to House subpoenas in the impeachment inquiry. Again, the House managers produced overwhelming evidence of the president's obstruction and his efforts to cover up his malfeasance. The president's counsel offered a number of unpersuasive arguments against this article, which failed to overcome the following. First, that the legislative branch has sole power over impeachment under the Constitution. That couldn't be more clear. Second, past precedents of prior administrations and court rulings. And third, the blatant October 8th letter expressing a complete rejection of the House's impeachment proceedings. The Constitution grants the executive branch significant power, but as every student in America learns, our system is one of checks and balances, so that no branch is entirely unfettered from oversight and the law. President Trump could have us and would have us believe this system of checks and balances is wrong. In President Trump's own words, he expressed the misguided imperial belief in the supremacy of his unchecked power, stating, and I quote, "I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Couple this statement with his January 2016 boast that, quote, "I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose votes." That paints a chilling picture of someone who clearly believes, incorrectly, that he is above the law. The president's attorneys have hewn to this line of faulty reasoning, and in one notably preposterous effort, even claimed the president could avoid impeachment for an inappropriate action motivated entirely by his own political and personal interest. The president's defense also failed to sufficiently demonstrate that the president's blanket defiance of subpoenas and document requests overcome the precedents established in prior impeachment proceedings and the record of congressional oversight of the executive branch. In the Clinton impeachment, there was an enormous amount of documentary evidence, as well as sworn depositions and testimony by the president and his closest advisors. In the case of the United States v. Nixon, House Judiciary Committee v. Myers, and others, the House managers rightly point out that the courts have held Congress's power to investigate is as broad as its power to legislate and lies at the heart of Congress's constitutional role. While President Trump's impeachment lawyers claim the House should take the president to court over these previously settled issues, President Trump's lawyers at the Justice Department are simultaneously arguing in the courts that the judicial branch cannot even rule on such matters. As President Trump staked out new, expansive, and aggressive positions about executive privilege, immunity, and the limits of Congress's oversight authority, Republican leaders went along with it. I've heard a variety of explanations for why my Republican colleagues voted against witnesses, but no one has offered the simplest explanation. My Republican colleagues did not want to hear new evidence because they have a hunch it would be really, really bad for this president. It would further expose the depth of his wrongdoing and would make it harder for them to vote to acquit. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle did not ask to be put in this position. President Trump's misconduct forced it upon them. But in the partisan rush to spare President Trump from having his staff and former staff publicly testify against him under oath, a bar has been lowered. A constitutional guardrail has been removed. The Senate has been voluntarily weakened, and our oversight powers severely diminished. This short-term maneuver to shield President Trump from the truth is a severe blow against good government that will do lasting damage to this institution and our democracy. I hope one day the damage can be repaired. The arc of history is indeed long, and it does bend towards justice, but not today. Today, the United States Senate and the American people have been denied access to relevant, available evidence and firsthand witnesses. We've been prohibited from considering new material information that became available after the House's impeachment vote. The Constitution is our national compass. But at this critical moment, clouded by the fog of President Trump's misconduct, the Senate majority has lost its way, no longer guided by the Constitution. In order to regain our moral bearings, stay true to our core values, and navigate a better path forward, we must hold President Trump accountable. The president was wrong to invite foreign interference in our democracy. He was wrong to try and stonewall the investigation. And he is wrong if he tries and he thinks he is above the law. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
We're not in a quorum call.
All right.
The senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the first words of the Constitution, the weight that lies on every American's shoulders has been clear. We, the people, are the ones who dreamed up this wild experiment that we call America, and we, the people, are the ones charged with ensuring its survival. That's the tension, the push and the pull behind our democracy. Because while there's no greater privilege than living in a country whose Constitution guarantees our rights, there's no greater burden than knowing that our actions could sap that very same Constitution of its power, that our inaction risks allowing it to wither like any other piece of parchment from some bygone era. For the past few weeks, it's been my sworn duty as a United States Senator to sit as an impartial juror in the impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. And while I wish the president hadn't put our nation in this position, after listening closely, with an open mind, to both sides, it is now my duty as an American to vote on whether to remove him from office. Other than sending our troops into harm's way, I cannot think of a more serious, more somber vote to take in this chamber. But as sobering as it is, the right path forward is clear. Throughout this trial, we've seen unprecedented obstruction from the Trump administration. Obstruction so flagrant it makes Nixon in the thick of Watergate look like the motto of transparency. And yet the facts uncovered still prove the truth of the matter. Trump abused his power when he secretly withheld security aid at a White House meeting to try to force Ukraine to announce its investigations into a political rival to help him swing November's election, putting his political self-interest ahead of our national security. He smeared the name of an American ambassador, even seemingly risking her safety because she was simply too principled to further his corruption, because she was too clean to help him strong-arm Ukraine into that favor he demanded. When the reports first emerged about what he'd done, he denied it. Then his explanation changed to, well, maybe I did do it, but it was only because I was trying to root out corruption. Except that if that were true, there'd be some documentary record to prove that, and we've seen absolutely none, even after I asked for it during the questioning period. And now, his defense team has gone so far as to claim that, well, it doesn't matter if he did do it because he's the president and the president can do anything he wants. It will help him get reelected. Breathtaking. To put it another way, when he got caught, he lied. Then when that lie was found out, he lied again, then again, then again. And along the way, his own defense counsel could not papier-mâché together even the most basic argument to actually exonerate him. The best case they could muster boiled down to, well, when the president does it, it's not illegal. Nixon already tried that defense. It did not work then, and it does not work now. Because here's the thing, in America, we believe not in rulers, but in the rule of law. And though we've seen over the past few months, the truth has never changed. It's what National Security Council officials and decades-long diplomats testified to under oath. It's what foreign policy experts and Trump administration staffers, and yes, an American warrior with a Purple Heart, have raised their right hands and told us time after time since the House hearings began. Even some of my Republican colleagues have admitted that Trump crossed the line. Some said it as recently as this weekend, but many more said months ago that if Trump did do what he's accused of, then it would indeed be wrong. Well, now it's obvious that those allegations were true. And it's pretty clear Trump's defense team knows that also. Because if they actually believe Trump did nothing wrong, that his call was perfect, then why would they fight so hard to block the witnesses and the documents that could exonerate him from coming to light? The only reason they would have done so is if they knew that he was guilty. And today, the only reason for anyone to vote to acquit Trump is if you're okay with him trying to cover it up. Now, I know that some folks have been saying that we should acquit him, that we should ignore our constitutional duty and leave him in office because we are in an election year, and that the voters should decide his fate. That's an argument that rings hollow, because this trial was about Trump trying to cheat in the next election and rob the voters of their ability to decide. So any action other than voting to remove him would give him the license and the power to keep tampering with that race, to keep trying to turn that election into as much of a sham as an impeachment trial without witnesses. You know, I spent 23 years in the military, and one of the most critical lessons anyone who serves learns is the damage that can be done when troops don't oppose illegal orders, when fealty becomes blind and ignorance becomes intentional. And just as it's the duty of military officers to oppose unlawful orders, it is the responsibility of public servants to hold those in power accountable. Former National Security, the former NSC official Fiona Hill understood that, testifying before Congress because she knew that politics must never eclipse national security. Ambassador Bill Taylor understood that as well. The veteran who served in every administration since Reagan's answered the question at the heart of the impeachment inquiry, saying under oath that, yes, there was a clear understanding of a quid pro quo, exactly the sort of abuse of power no president should be allowed to get away with. And Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the Purple Heart recipient who dedicated decades of his life to our armed forces, he understood the lessons of the past too, saying that here in America, right matters. My colleagues in this chamber who have attacked Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who have provided a platform for others to tear him down, just doing what he believes is right, should be ashamed of themselves. We should all be aware of the example we set and always seek to elevate the national discourse. We should all be thoughtful about our own conduct, both in terms of respecting the rule of law and the sacrifices our troops make to keep us safe. Because at the end of the day, our Constitution is really just a set of rules on some pieces of paper. It is only as strong as our will to uphold its ideals and hold up the scales of justice. So today, I am asking each of us to muster up just an ounce of the courage shown by Fiona Hill, Ambassador Taylor, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. When our names are called from the dais in a few hours, each of us will either pass or fail the most elementary, yet most important test any elected official will ever take, whether to put country over party or party over country. It may be a politically difficult vote for some of us, but it should not be a morally difficult vote for any of us. Because while I know that voting to acquit would make the lives of some of my colleagues simpler come election day, I also know that America would have never been born if the heroes of centuries past made decisions based on political expediency. It would have been easier to keep bowing down to King George III than to push 342 chests of tea into the Boston Harbor. It would have been easier to keep paying taxes to the crown than to wage a revolution. But those patriots knew the importance of rejecting what's easy if it's in conflict with what is right. They knew that the courage of just a few could change history. So when it's time to vote this afternoon, we cannot think of political convenience. If we say abuse of power doesn't warrant removal from office today, we'd be paving the way for future presidents to do even worse tomorrow, to keep breaking the law, to keep endangering our country, one perfect call, one favor, one high crime and misdemeanor at a time. Time and again these past few months, we've heard one story about our founders, perhaps more than any other. The time that Benjamin Franklin walked out of the Independence Hall after the Constitution Convention and someone asked, "What have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" We all know what he said, "A republic, if you can keep it." Keeping it may very well come down to the 100 of us in this very chamber. We are the ones the Constitution vests with the power to hold the president accountable, and so, through our actions, we are the ones that vest the Constitution with its power. So in this moment, let's think not just of today, but of tomorrow too. And in this moment, let's remember that here, right matters, truth matters. The truth is that Donald Trump is guilty of these articles of impeachment. I will vote to do the right thing, and I hope my colleagues will as well. For the sake of tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, we must. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. President,
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, I'll vote to acquit the president on the charges of the 2 articles of impeachment. Now, a not guilty verdict, as every senator on this floor has known for some time, was always what would happen in a House-driven partisan impeachment process. Less than a year ago, the Speaker of the House said that we should not go through this process unless something was compelling, unless something was overwhelming, unless something was bipartisan. I think the Speaker was exactly right then, and I hope all future speakers look at that guidance as we think about this process of impeachment. In the first 180 years of the Constitution, individual members talked about impeachment of presidents, maybe of almost every president, but the Congress only seriously touched this topic one time. One time in 180 years, Mr. President. In the last 46 years, presidential impeachment has been before the country 3 times, and each case has been less compelling than the one before it. We don't want partisan impeachment to become an exercise that happens when one party, not the party of the president, happens to have a majority of the votes in the House of Representatives. Impeachment is fundamentally a political process. The members of the Senate meet no standards for a regular jury. The jury can override the judge. 2/3 of the Senate is necessary to remove the president. We really have no better term in the Constitution, I suppose, to use than trial. But in any classic sense, this isn't a trial. In any classic sense, a partisan impeachment isn't any kind of a real indictment. And maybe first and foremost, Mr. President, the House has to do its job. Part of that job would be to create a case that would produce a bipartisan vote on the articles in the House. And if you haven't met that standard, going back to the Speaker's standard, you should work on the case some more and then wonder if you can't meet the standard, what's wrong with the process you're going through. Part of that job is to do everything necessary to have articles of impeachment that are compelling and complete. The House has time available to it to consider impeachment as they go about their essential work. They can continue to do the work of the Congress. They have weeks, months, if they choose to have even maybe years to put a case together. They can call witnesses. They can go to court to seek testimony. They can determine if this is an impeachment question or just an oversight question. The House, Mr. President, can do lots of things, but once the Senate gets the articles of presidential impeachment, they become, for the Senate, an absolute priority. Both our rules and reality mean we can't do anything else realistically until we're done dealing with the case the House sent over. That was fundamentally what was so wrong with the House sending over a case that they said needed more work. If it needed more work, it should have had more work. Now, Mr. President, you can be for strong review of the executive, you can be for strong congressional oversight and still support the idea of executive privilege. The president has the right to unfettered advice and to know all the options. In fact, I think when you pierce that right, you begin to have advisors who may not want to give all the options to the president because it might appear they were for all the options. But the president's advisors need to see that the president understands all the options and implications of a decision. The president, by the way, another topic that came up here several times, the president determines executive policy. The staff, the assistants, that whoever else works in the executive branch doesn't determine executive policy. The president determines executive policy. The staff can put all the notes in front of the president they want to, but it's the president's decision what the policy of the administration would be. And sharing that decision with the Congress, sharing how he got to that point, or later she got to that point with that decision, is a negotiated balance. Congress says, we want to know this. The president says, no, I need to have some ability for people to give me advice that isn't all available for the Congress. So this is balanced out. And if that can't happen, if that balance can't be achieved, the judiciary decides what the balance is. The judiciary decides a question, says, you really must talk to the Congress about this, but you don't have to talk to them about the next sentence you said at that same meeting. That's the kind of balance that occurred. The idea repeatedly advanced by the House managers that the Senate, by majority vote, can decide these questions is both outrageous, Mr. President, and dangerous. The idea that the government would balance itself is frankly the miracle of the Constitution. Nobody had ever proposed until Philadelphia in 1787, one, that the basis for government was the people themselves, but two, you could have a government that was so finely balanced that it would operate and maintain itself over time. The House managers would really upend that balance. By being unwilling to take time, the House had to pursue the constitutional solution. They've decided that we don't have to worry about the Constitution to have that solution. To charge that the president's assertion of Article II rights that go back to Washington is one of the actual articles of impeachment is dangerous. The legislative branch cannot also be the judicial branch. The legislative branch can't also decide, here's the balance. Executive and legislative branch are in a fight about what should be disclosed and what shouldn't. You can't continue to have the three balances of power in our government if one of the branches can decide what the legislative branch should decide. In their haste to put this case together, the House sent the Senate the two weakest articles of impeachment possible. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of abuse of power. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of failure to cooperate with the Congress. The House managers argued against their own case. They repeatedly contended that they'd made their case completely, they'd made their case totally, they'd made their place incontrovertibly, but they wanted us to call witnesses that they'd chosen not to call. They said they'd already been in court 9 months to get the president's former White House counsel to testify and weren't done yet, but somehow they thought the Senate could get that person and others in a matter of days. These arguments have been and should have been rejected by the Senate. Today, the articles of impeachment should be and will be rejected by the Senate. Based on the Speaker's March comments, these articles should have never been sent to the Senate. They were not compelling, they were not overwhelming, they were not bipartisan, and most importantly, Mr. President, they were not necessary. One of the lessons we send today is to this House and to future Houses of Representatives, do your job, take it seriously, don't make it political. I would yield back and note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Utah,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, I've long maintained that most, if not all, of the most serious, vexing problems within our federal government can be traced to a deviation from the twin core structural protections of the Constitution. There are two of these protections, one that operates along a vertical axis, the other a horizontal. The vertical protection we call federalism, which states a very simple fact that in the American system of government, most power is to be reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people, where it's exercised at the state and local level. It's only those powers enumerated in the Constitution, either in Article 1, Section 8 or elsewhere, that are made federal. Those things that the Founding Fathers appropriately deemed unavoidably, necessarily national, or that we have otherwise rendered national through a subsequent constitutional amendment. As was the case when James Madison wrote Federalist Number 45, the powers reserved to the states are numerous and indefinite, while those that are given to the Congress to be exercised federally are few and defined. Few and defined powers with the federal government, numerous and indefinite, reserved to the states. The horizontal protection operates within the federal government itself, and it acknowledges that we've got three co-equal independent branches within the federal government. One that makes the laws, one that executes the laws, and one that interprets the laws, where people can't come to an agreement and have an active, live dispute as to the meaning of a particular law in a particular case or controversy. Sadly, we have drifted steadily, aggressively from both of these principles over the last 80 years. For roughly the first 150 years of the founding of our republic and of the operation of our constitutional structure, we adhered pretty closely to them. But over the last 80 years or so, we've drifted steadily, and this has been a bipartisan problem. It's one that was created under the flawed leadership of Republicans and Democrats alike. In fact, of Senates, of Houses of Representatives, and White Houses of every conceivable partisan combination. We have essentially taken power away from the American people in two steps. First, by moving power from the state and local level and taking it to Washington in violation of the vertical protection we call federalism. And then a second time, moving it away from the people's elected lawmakers in Washington to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats placed within the executive branch of government, but who are neither elected by the people nor accountable to anyone who is electable. And thus, they constitute essentially a fourth branch of government within our system, one that is not sanctioned or contemplated by the Constitution and doesn't really fit all that well within its framework. This has made the federal government bigger and more powerful. It has occurred in a way that has made people less powerful. It's made government in general, in particular this government, the federal government, less responsive to the needs of the people. It has been fundamentally contrary to the way our system of government operates. What, one might ask, does any of this have to do with impeachment? Well, in my opinion, everything, or at least a lot. You see, this distance that we've created in these two steps, by moving power from the people to Washington, within Washington, handing it over from elected lawmakers to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, has created an understandable amount of anxiety among the American people. Not all of them necessarily recognize it in the same way that I do, or describe it with the same words, but they know something's not right. They know that when their federal government requires them to work many months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes, only to be told later it's not nearly enough and hasn't been enough for a long time, such that we've accumulated $23 trillion in debt. And when they come to understand that the federal government also imposes some $2 trillion in regulatory compliance costs on the American people, that this harms the poor and middle class. It makes everything we buy more expensive. It results in diminished wages, unemployment, and underemployment. On some level, the American people feel this. They experience this. They understand it. It creates anxiety. It was that very anxiety that caused people to want to elect a different kind of leader in 2016, and they did. It was this set of circumstances that caused them to elect Donald J. Trump as the 45th President of the United States. And I'm glad they did, because he promised to change the way we do things here, and he has done that. But as someone who has focused intently on the need to reconnect the American people with their system of government, Donald Trump presents something of a serious threat to those who have occupied these positions of power. These individuals who, while hardworking, well-intentioned, well-educated, and highly specialized, occupy these positions of power within what we loosely refer to as the executive branch, but it is in reality an unelected, unaccountable fourth branch of government. He has bucked them on many, many levels and has infuriated them as he's done so, even as he is implementing the American people's wishes to close that gap between the people and the government that is supposed to serve them. He's bucked them on so many levels, declining to defer to the opinions of self-proclaimed government experts who claim that they know better than any of us on a number of levels. He pushed back on them, for example, when it comes to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, as it's sometimes described, when he insisted that FISA had been abused in efforts to undermine his candidacy and to infringe the rights and the privacy of the American people. So he took that position. Washington bureaucrats predictably mocked him, but he turned out to be right. He called out the folly of engaging in endless nation-building exercises as part of a 2-decade-long war effort that has cost this country dearly in terms of American blood and treasure. Washington bureaucrats mocked him again, but he turned out to be right. He raised questions with how U.S. foreign aid is used and sometimes misused throughout the world, sometimes to the detriment of the American people and the very interests that such aid was created to alleviate. Washington bureaucrats mocked him, but he turned out to be right. President Trump asked Ukraine to investigate a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma. He momentarily paused U.S. aid to Ukraine while seeking a commitment from the then newly elected Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky regarding that effort. He wanted to make sure that he could trust this recently elected President Zelensky before sending him the aid. Within a few weeks, his concerns were satisfied, and he released the aid. Pausing briefly before doing so isn't criminal. It certainly isn't impeachable. It's not even wrong. Quite to the contrary, this is exactly the sort of thing the American people elected President Trump to do. He would and has decided to bring a different paradigm to Washington, one that analyzes things from how the American citizenry views the American government. This has, in some respects, therefore, been a trial of the Washington, D.C. establishment itself, but not necessarily in the way that the House managers apparently intended. And while the House managers repeatedly invoked constitutional principles, including separation of powers, their arguments have tended to prove the point opposite of the one they intended. Yes, we badly need to restore and protect both federalism and separation of powers. And it is my view that the deviation from one contributes to the deviation from the other. But here, in order to do that, we've got to respect the three branches of government for what they are, who leads them, how they operate, and who is accountable to whom. For them to view President Trump as somehow subservient to the career civil servant bureaucratic class that has tended to manage agencies within the federal government, including the National Security Council, the Department of Defense, the Office of Management and Budget, individuals in the White House, and individuals within the State Department, among others, is not only mischaracterizing this problem, It helps identify the precise source of this problem. You see, many of these people, including some of the witnesses that we've heard from in this trial, have mistakenly taken the conclusion, but because President Trump took a conclusion different than that offered by the so-called interagency process, that amounted to a constitutionally impeachable act. It did not. It did nothing of the sort. Quite to the contrary, when you actually look at the Constitution itself, it makes clear that the president has the power to do what he did here. The very first section of Article 2 of the Constitution, this is the part of the Constitution that outlines the president's authority, makes clear that the executive power of the United States government shall be vested in the President of the United States. It's important to remember that there are exactly two federal officials who are elected within the executive branch of government. One is the Vice President, and the other is the President. The Vice President's duties, I would add, are relatively limited. Constitutionally speaking, the Vice President is the President of the Senate, and thus performs that in a quasi-legislative role. But the Vice President's executive branch duties are entirely bound up with those of the President. They consist of aiding and assisting the President as the President may deem necessary, and standing ready to step into the position of the presidency should it become necessary as a result of disability, incapacitation, or death. Barring that, the entire executive branch authority is bound up within the presidency itself. The president is the executive branch of government, just as the judges who sit across the street themselves amount to the capstone of the judicial branch, just as 100 senators and 435 representatives are the legislative branch. The president is the executive branch. As such, it is his prerogative within the confines of what the law allows and authorizes and otherwise provides to decide how to execute that. It is not only not incompatible with that system of government, it is entirely consistent with it, indeed authorized by it, that a president should be able to say, look, we've got a newly elected president in Ukraine. We've had long-standing allegations of corruptions within Ukraine. Those allegations have been well-founded in Ukraine. No one disputes that corruption is rampant in Ukraine. A newly elected president comes in. This president, or any president in the future, decides, hey, we're giving a lot of aid to this country. $391 million for the year in question. I want to make sure that I understand how that president operates. I want to establish a relationship of trust before taking a step further with that president. And so I'm going to take my time a little bit. I'm going to wait maybe a few weeks in order to make sure that we're on a sure footing there. He did that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's the response from the House managers? Well, it gets back to that interagency process. As if people who the American people don't know or have reason to know, because those people don't stand accountable to the people, they're not elected by the people, they're not really accountable to anyone who is in turn elected by the people. The fact that these people involved in the interagency process might disagree with a foreign policy decision made by the President of the United States, or the fact that this President of the United States might take a different approach than his predecessor or predecessors, does not make this President's decisions criminal. It certainly doesn't make them impeachable. It doesn't even make them wrong. And Mr. President, in the eyes of many, I believe most Americans, they want a president to be careful about how the United States spends money. They want the United States to stop and reconsider from time to time the fact that we spend a lot of money throughout the world on countries that are not the United States. We want a president of the United States to be able to exercise a little bit of discretion in pushing pause before that president knows whether he can trust a newly elected government in the country in question. And so to suggest here that our commitment to the Constitution, to suggest here, as the House managers have, that our respect for the separation of powers within the constitutional framework somehow demands that we remove the duly elected president of the United States is simply wrong. It's elevating to a status completely foreign to our constitutional structure, an entity that the Constitution does not name. It elevates a policy dispute to a question of high crimes and misdemeanors. Those two are not the same thing. At the end of the day, this government does, in fact, stand accountable to the people. This government is of, by, and for the people. We cannot remove the 45th President of the United States for doing something that the law and the Constitution allows him to do without doing undue violence to that system of government to which every single one of us has sworn an oath. We've sworn to uphold and protect and defend that system of government. And that means standing up for the American people and those they have elected to do a job recognized by the Constitution. I will be voting to defend this president's actions. I'll be voting against undoing the vote taken by the American people some 3.5 years ago. I'll be voting for the principle of freedom, for the very principles that our Constitution was designed to protect. I urge all of my colleagues to reject these deeply factually and legally flawed articles of impeachment, to vote not guilty. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withhold?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I rise today to officially declare that I will vote against both articles of impeachment brought against President Trump by the very partisan and, quite frankly, ridiculous House of Representatives. I know my position is hardly a surprise, but it's almost as unsurprising as the House impeaching the President to begin with. Since the moment he was sworn into office, Democrats have schemed to remove Donald Trump from office. It's not my opinion. I take them at their word. Their fixation on his removal was a conclusion in search of a justification, which they manufactured from a phone conversation between world leaders, leaked by one of the many career bureaucrats who seem to have forgotten that they work for the elected leaders in this country, not the other way around. So, Mr. President, the two articles of impeachment before this body today, in my view, are without merit. They are an affront, in fact, to this institution and to our Constitution, representing the very same partisan derangement that worried our founding fathers so much that they made the threshold for impeachment this high. Mr. President, the Senate exists exactly for moments like this. I didn't arrive at my conclusion to support acquittal hastily or flippantly, and I don't believe any of my colleagues did either, including those who come to a different conclusion from mine. Despite being sent such flawed articles by the House, the Senate did, in fact, dutifully and solemnly follow its constitutional obligation. During the long days of the trial, we heard sworn testimony from 13 witnesses, read 17 depositions, asked 180 questions, viewed 193 video clips, and poured over 28,000 pages of documents. But even more than the House manager's shallow arguments and lack of evidence against and due process for our president, and the obvious derangement at the very root of every investigation, beginning with the corrupt FBI Crossfire Hurricane counterintelligence investigation during the 2016 election cycle. The articles of impeachment we'll vote on in a few hours should have ended at their beginning. Mr. President, can we agree that if a Speaker of the House unilaterally declares an impeachment inquiry, it represents the opinion of one member of Congress, not the official authorization of the entire Congress? Can we agree that a vote to begin an impeachment inquiry that has only partisan support and bipartisan opposition is not what the founders had in mind, and in fact is what they firmly rejected and cautioned about? Can we agree that impeachment articles passed by a majority of one party and opposed by members of both parties, on their face fail, if not the letter of the law, certainly the spirit of the Constitution. Yet, even under the cloud of purely partisan politics of the House of Representatives, the Senate conducted a complete, comprehensive trial, resulting, in my view, in a crystal clear conclusion. The Democratic-led House of Representatives failed to meet the most basic standards of proof and has dramatically lowered the bar for impeachment to unacceptable levels. Mr. President, it's deeply concerning, and I believe we must commit to never, ever letting it happen again to the president of any political party. And that can start today. In just a few hours, the Senate will have the opportunity to cast a vote to end this whole ordeal. And in doing so, can make a statement that the threshold for undoing the will of the American people in the most recent election and undoing the will of a major political party in the upcoming election should be higher than one party's petty obsession. Mr. President, I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle join me in voting against these charges. But whether he's acquitted or convicted and removed, it's my prayer, as we were admonished many times throughout the last few weeks by our Chaplain Black, that God's will is the one that will be done. Then we can move on to the unifying issues the American people want us to tackle. Issues like infrastructure, education, energy security and dominance, national security, and the rising cost of health care, among many others. These, Mr. President, are issues the American people care about. These are issues that North Dakotans care about. These are the issues that the people have sent us here to deal with. Let's do it together. Let's start now. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask with unanimous consent it be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I will vote to acquit President Donald J. Trump on both articles of impeachment presented by House Democrats. I have listened carefully to the arguments presented by the House Democratic managers and the White House defense team. Those prosecuting the president failed on a legal and constitutional basis to produce the evidence required to undertake the very serious act of removing a duly elected president from this office. This trial exposed that pure political partisanship fueled a reckless investigation and the subsequent impeachment of the president on weak, vague, and non-criminal accusations. The Democrats' case, which lacked the basic standards of fairness and due process, was fabricated to fulfill their one long-held hope to impeach President Trump. We should all be concerned about the dangerous precedent and consequences of convicting any president on charges originating from strictly partisan reasons. The Founding Fathers warned against allowing impeachment to become a political weapon. In this case, House Democrats crossed that line. Rejecting the abuse of power and obstruction of Congress articles before us will affirm our belief in the impeachment standards intended by the founders. With my votes to acquit President Trump, justice will be served. The Senate has faithfully executed its constitutional duties to hear and judge the charges leveled against the president. I remain hopeful that we can finally set aside this flawed partisan investigation, prosecution, and persecution of President Trump. The people of Mississippi and this great nation are more interested in us getting back to doing the work they sent us here to do. I yield my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, fellow senators, I come to the floor today to talk about the business at hand. Obviously, it's a vote that we're going to take at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Look, we were subjected to days and days of trial here, many witnesses and witness statements and all that sort of thing. And it's incumbent upon us now as jurors to reach a conclusion, and I have done so. I come at this with a little bit of a different view than probably others. I've tried more cases probably than anyone on the floor, both as a prosecutor and in private practice. And so I watched carefully as the case was presented to us and how the case had been put together by the managers from the House. And what I learned in the many years of trial experience that I had, that the only way really to try a case and to reach where you want to get is to do it in good faith and to do it honestly. I had real trouble right at the beginning when I saw that the lead manager read a transcript purporting to be the president, a transcript of the president's phone call that's been an issue here, and it was falsified. And it was falsified knowingly, willfully, and intentionally. So as a result of that, when they walked through the door and wanted to present their case, there was a strike there already, and I put it in that perspective. How the case unfolded after that was stunning because I've never seen a case succeed the way they put the case together. They put the case together by taking every fact that they wanted to make fly and put it only in the best light without showing the other side, but more importantly, intentionally excluding evidence. And of course, this whole thing centered around witness statements that the president had somehow threatened or pressured the president of Ukraine to do what he was going to do. That simply wasn't the case. The transcript didn't say that. Now, admittedly, they had a witness that had gone around saying that, and they called every person he told to tell us that that was the situation. The problem was it was hearsay, and there's a good reason why they don't allow hearsay in a court of law. And that is, it simply wasn't true. When the person who was spreading that rumor actually talked to the president about it, the president got angry and said, "That's not true, I would never do that." They never told us that. And once the tape was shown, the House manager spent days putting together that proposition for us, and the president's counsel dismantled that in about an hour and did so really quickly. And as a result of that, simply from a factual basis, it is my opinion that the prosecution in this case did not meet its burden. Now, much has been said about witnesses and how they did this and what have you. Look, the Constitution is crystal clear. It gives the House absolute, total, 100% control of impeachment, that is the investigation and the vote on it. It gives us the same thing, but on the trial basis. The thing I think was surprising to me is they came over here and tried to tell us how to do their job. I suspect they in the House would feel the exact same way about it if we went over there and told them how they should impeach. They came over here and told us about how we should do witnesses and all that sort of thing. They had every opportunity to prepare the case. It was totally in their hands. They had as much time as they wanted to, and they simply didn't do it. So in that respect, I also found that it was short. But the bottom line for me, too, was there's a second reason on which I would vote to acquit here, and that is the stunning attack that this was on the United States Constitution. This is really the first time in history when a purely political attack was instigated by reaching to the United States Constitution and using what is really a sacred item in that Constitution, a process that the Founding Fathers gave us for good reason, and that is impeachment. It was not intended to be used as a political bludgeon. It simply wasn't. We had in front of us the Federalist Papers, and we had the debates of the Constitutional Convention, and really the one silver lining that came out of this was it underscored again for us the genius of the Founding Fathers giving us three branches of government. Not just three branches of government, but three branches of government that had distinct lanes in which they operated, and most importantly, indicating that they were separate but equal. And they wanted not a parliamentary system like they had looked at from Britain, with a head of state that was a that was a prime minister that could be removed and changed, as happens all around the world today. They gave us a unique system with 3 branches of government. So the Founding Fathers were very clear. They debated the question of what should it take to get rid of the head of state, and they concluded that the second branch of government couldn't be a strong branch of government if indeed the president could be removed, as a prime minister could be removed simply by Congress getting unhappy with his policies or disagreeing with him. And so as a result of that, they did give us impeachment, and it is a unique process. They were very clear that it was supposed to be used only in very extreme circumstances and not just simply because of a political disagreement or a policy disagreement. And that's exactly what happened here. The Federalist Papers and the Constitutional Convention debates are very, very clear that it is not a broad swath of reasons to impeach the president that is given to the first branch of government, but indeed a very, very narrow swath. And it was interesting that from the beginning they picked the 2 words of treason and bribery. And to that, they then had a long debate about what it would be in addition to that. And they had such words as malfeasance, misfeasance, corruption, and all those kinds of things that could be very broad. They rejected all those and said, no, specifically, it had to be high crimes and misdemeanors. So what they did is they narrowed the lane considerably, made it difficult to remove the head of the second branch of government. And then on top of that, for frosting on the cake, they said it's going to be 2/3. Now, what did that simply mean? They knew that human beings being the way they are, that human beings that were involved in political process and political parties would reach to get rid of a political enemy using everything they could. And so they wanted to see that that didn't happen with impeachment. And so, as a result of that, they gave us the 2/3 requirement, and that meant that no president was going to be impeached without a bipartisan movement. This movement has been entirely partisan. No Republican voted for that to impeach him in the House of Representatives. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a vote, and it's going to be along party lines. And again, it is going to be political. So what do we have here? At the end of the day, we have a political exercise. And that political exercise is going to fail. And once again, God has blessed America, and the republic that Benjamin Franklin said we have, if we can keep it, is going to be sustained. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the past 3 weeks, we have heard from the House managers and the President's counsel regarding the facts of the case against President Donald Trump. Much like trials in Lorain and Lima and Lordstown, Ohio, or in Marietta, in Massillon and Marion, Ohio, we've seen the prosecution, in this case the House managers, and the defense, in this case the president's lawyers, present their cases. All 100 of us, every one of us, is a jury, or are the jury. We took an oath to be impartial jurors. We all took an oath to be impartial jurors, just like juries in Ohio and across America. But to some of my colleagues, that just appeared to be a joke. The great journalist Bill Moyers summed up the past 3 weeks. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Let me say that again. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Even before this trial began, Leader McConnell admitted out loud that he was coordinating the trial process with the White House. The leader of the Senate was coordinating with the White House on impeachment. I challenge him to show me one trial in my state of Ohio or his state of Kentucky where the jury coordinated with the defense lawyers. In a fair trial, the defense and prosecution would have been able to introduce evidence, to call witnesses, to listen to testimony. Every other impeachment procedure in the Senate for 250 years had witnesses. Some of them had dozens. We had 0. Leader McConnell rushed this trial through. He turned off cameras in this body so that the American public couldn't see the whole process. He restricted reporter access. We know reporters all roam the halls to talk to members of the House and Senate. He restricted access there. He twisted arms to make sure every Republican voted with him to block witnesses. He didn't get a couple of them, but he had enough to protect himself. The public already sees through it. This is a sham trial. I said from the beginning that I would keep an open mind. If there are witnesses who would exonerate the president, the American people need to hear from them. Over the course of this trial, we heard mounting, overwhelming evidence that President Trump did something that not even Richard Nixon ever did. He extorted a foreign leader. He fired a career foreign service officer for rooting out corruption. He put his own presidential campaign above our collective national security. The president said, this is just hearsay. But he and the Republican leader, together with 51 of 53 Republican senators, blocked every single potential witness we wanted to call. We knew there were witnesses. The president says it was hearsay. We knew there were witnesses who were in the room with President Trump. We didn't get to hear from them. We didn't hear from Ambassador Bolton. We didn't hear from Interim Chief of Staff Mulvaney. We didn't hear from Secretary Pompeo. The Republican leader denied the American people the chance to hear all of them testify under oath. We've seen more information come to light each day, which builds on the pattern of facts laid out in great detail by the House managers. We've now heard tape recordings of the President of the United States telling associates to get rid of U.S. Ambassador Yovanovitch, a public servant who devoted her life to fighting corruption and promoting American ideals in foreign policy throughout her long, distinguished career at the State Department. With her removed from the post, it appears the president thought he would be able to compel our ally Ukraine to investigate President Trump's political opponent. Reporters have now revealed that Ambassador Bolton, again, Madam President, a first-hand witness, he outlined the president did exactly what the impeachment articles allege. He withheld security assistance to an ally at war with Russia in exchange for a political favor. The Justice Department admits there are 24 emails showing the president's thinking on Ukraine assistance. But you know what? Senator McConnell down the hall won't allow us to see any of these 24 emails. Make no mistake, the full truth is going to come out. The presiding officer, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they're all going to be embarrassed because they covered this up. It wasn't just the president and the vice president and Secretary Pompeo and Chief of Staff Mulvaney. It was 51 Republican United States senators, including the presiding officer, who's a new member of this body, who covered up this evidence. It'll come out this week, it'll come out this month, this year, the year after that, for decades to come. And when the full truth comes out, we'll be judged by our children and grandchildren. Without additional witnesses, we must judge based on the facts presented. The House managers made a clear, compelling case. In the middle of a war with Russia, the president froze $400 million in security assistance to Ukraine. He wanted an investigation into his 2020 political opponent. He refused a critical meeting with President Zelensky in the Oval Office. These actions don't promote our national security, the rule of law. They promote Donald Trump personally in his campaign. We know the president extorted President Zelensky. He asked the leader of a foreign government to help him. That's a definition of an abuse of power. That's why we have no choice but to convict this president of abusing his office. All of us know this. To acquit would set a clear, dangerous precedent. You abuse your office? It's okay. Congress will look the other way. This trial, this vote we're about to cast, they're about way more than just President Trump. They're about the future of democracy. It will send a message to this president, or whomever we elect in November, and to all future presidents. It will be heard around the world, our verdict, by our allies and enemies alike, especially the Russians. Are we going to roll out the welcome mat to our adversaries to interfere in our elections? Are we going to give a green light to the President of the United States to base our country's foreign policy not on our collective agreed on national security or that of our allies like Ukraine, but on the president's personal political campaign. These are the issues at stake. If we don't hold this president accountable for his abuse of office, if no one in his own party, if no one on this side of the aisle, no one has the backbone to stand up and say stop, there is no question it'll get worse. How do I know that? I've heard it from a number of my Republican colleagues, when privately they'll tell me, yes, we are concerned about what the president's going to do if he's exonerated. I was particularly appalled by the words of Mr. Dershowitz. He said if a president does something which he believes will help him get elected in the public interest, that can't be the quid pro quo that results in impeachment. Think about that for a moment. If the president thinks it's okay, he thinks it's going to help his election, and he thinks his election is in the public interest, then it's okay. The president can break any law, can funnel taxpayer money towards his reelection, can turn the arm of the state against his political enemies, and not be held accountable. That's what this claim comes down to. Remember the words of Richard Nixon. When the president does it, that means it's not illegal. Our country rejected that argument during Watergate. We had a Republican Party with principle in those days, and senators with backbone, and they told that president to resign because nobody's above the state, nobody's above the law. If we have a president that can turn the office of the presidency and the entire executive branch into his own political campaign operation, God help us. My colleagues think I'm exaggerating. We don't have the option to vote in favor of some arguments made during the trial and not others. Mr. Dershowitz's words will live forever in the historical record. If they're allowed to stand aside a not guilty verdict, make no mistake, they'll be used as precedent by future aspiring autocrats. In the words of House Manager Schiff, that way madness lies. I know some of my colleagues agree this sets a dangerous precedent. Some of you have admitted to me that you're troubled by the president's behavior. You know he's reckless. You know he lies. You know what he did was wrong. And I have heard Republican after Republican senator tell me that privately. If you acknowledge that, if you've said it to me, if you said it to your family, if you said it to your staff, if you just said it to yourself, I implore you, we have no choice but to vote to convict. What are my colleagues afraid of? I think about the word of Adam Schiff in this chamber on Tuesday. If you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, if you still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. Your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. So I ask my colleagues again, what are you afraid of? One of our American fundamental values, we have no kings, no nobility, no oligarchs, no matter how rich, no matter how powerful, no matter how much money you give to Mitch McConnell's super PAC, everyone can and should be held accountable. I hope my colleagues remember that. I hope they'll choose courage over fear. I hope they'll choose country over party. I hope they'll join me in holding this president accountable to the American people we all took an oath to serve. We know this. Americans are watching. They will not forget. I will close with quoting again Bill Moyers, the longtime journalist. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House whose political party has become the grave digger of democracy. Madam President, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know better. I hope they vote what they really know. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Madam President, when the framers debated whether to include the power of impeachment in the Constitution, they envisioned a moment very much like the one we face now. They were fearful of a corrupt president who would abuse the presidency for his or her personal gain, particularly one who would allow any foreign country to interfere in the affairs of our United States. With this fear in mind, the framers directed the Senate to determine whether to ultimately remove that president from office. In normal times, the Senate, conscious of its awesome responsibility, would meet this moment with the appropriate sobriety and responsibility to conduct a full and fair trial. That includes calling appropriate witnesses and subpoenaing relevant documents, none of which happened here. In normal times, the Senate would have weighed the evidence presented by both sides and rendered impartial justice. And in normal times, having been presented with overwhelming evidence of impeachable acts, the Senate would have embraced its constitutional responsibility to convict the president and remove him or her from office. But as we've learned too often over the past 3 years, these are not normal times. Instead of fulfilling its duty later today, the United States Senate will fail its test at a crucial moment of our country by voting to acquit Donald J. Trump of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The Senate cannot blame its constitutional failure on the House managers. They proved their case with overwhelming and compelling evidence. Manager Jerry Nadler laid out a meticulous case demonstrating how and why the president's actions rose to the constitutional standard for impeachment and removal. Manager Hakeem Jeffries explained how Donald Trump directly pressured the Ukrainian leader to commence phony political investigations as part of his effort to cheat and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. Manager Val Demings walked us through the evidence of how Donald Trump used $391 million of taxpayer money to pressure Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations. She concluded, this is enough to prove extortion in court. Manager Sylvia Garcia showed us how Donald Trump's demand for investigations was purely for his personal political benefit. She debunked the conspiracy theories the president's counsel raised against former Vice President Joe Biden, Donald Trump's political rival and the true target of his corrupt scheme. Manager Jason Crow described vividly the human costs of withholding aid from Ukrainian troops fighting a hot war against Russia. Manager Adam Schiff tied together the evidence of Donald Trump's abuse of power, the most serious of impeachable offenses, and one that includes extortion and bribery. And Manager Zoe Lofgren used her extensive experience to provide perspective on Donald Trump's unprecedented, unilateral, and complete obstruction of Congress to cover up his corrupt scheme. She is the only member of Congress to be involved in 3 presidential impeachments. The president's lawyers could not refute the House's case. Instead, they ultimately resorted to the argument that even accepting the facts as presented by the House managers, Donald Trump's conduct is not impeachable. It's what I've called the "he did it, so what" argument. Many of my Republican colleagues are using the "so what" argument to justify their votes to let the president off the hook. And yet, the senior senator from Tennessee said, I think he shouldn't have done it. I think it was wrong. He said it was inappropriate and improper, crossing a line. But he refused to hold the president accountable, arguing that the voters should decide. The junior senator from Iowa said, the president has a lot of latitude to do what he wants to do, but he did it maybe in the wrong manner. She also said that whether you like what the president did or not, the charges didn't rise to the level of an impeachable offense. The junior senator from Ohio called the president's actions wrong and inappropriate, but said they did not rise to the level of removing a duly elected president from office and taking him off the ballot in the middle of an election. And the senior senator from Florida went so far as to say, just because actions meet a standard of impeachment does not mean it is in the best interest of the country to remove a president from office. By refusing to hold this president accountable, my Republican colleagues are reinforcing the president's misguided belief that he can do whatever he wants under Article 2 of the United States Constitution. Donald Trump was already a danger to this country. We've seen it in his policy decisions, from taking away health care from millions of Americans, to threatening painful cuts to Social Security and Medicare, to engaging in an all-out assault on immigrants in this country. But today, we're called on to confront a completely different type of danger, one that goes well beyond the significant policy differences I have with this president. If we let Donald Trump get away with extorting the president of another country for his own personal political benefit, the Senate will be complicit in his next corrupt scheme. Which country will he bully or invite to interfere in our elections next? Which pot of taxpayer money will he use as a bribe to further his political schemes? Later today, I will vote to convict and remove President Donald Trump for abusing his power and obstructing Congress. I am under no illusion that my Republican colleagues will do the same. They've argued it's up to the American people to decide, as though impeachment were not a totally separate constitutional remedy for a lawless president. As I considered my vote, I listened closely to Manager Schiff's closing statement about why the Senate needs to convict this president. He said, I quote, "I do not ask you to convict him because truth or right or decency matters nothing to him." He's referring to the president. "But because we have proven our case and it matters to you. Truth matters to you. Right matters to you. You are decent. He is not who you are." It's time for the Senate to uphold its constitutional responsibility by convicting this president and holding him accountable. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. When I was in the second grade, which I did twice because I was dyslexic, so I don't know which year of the second grade it was, but one of those 2 years, we were asked to line up in order of whose family had been here the longest period of time and whose family had been here the shortest period of time. And I turned out to be the answer to both of those questions. My father's family went all the way back to the Mayflower, and my mom's family were Polish Jews who survived the Holocaust. They didn't leave Warsaw because my grandfather had a large family he didn't want to leave behind. And in the event, everybody was killed in the war except my mom, her parents, and an aunt. And they lived in Warsaw for 2 years after the war. Then they went to Stockholm for a year. They went to Mexico City for a year, of all places. And then they came to the United States, the one place in the world they could rebuild their shattered lives. And they did rebuild their shattered lives. My mom was the only person in the family who could speak any English. She registered herself in the New York City public schools. She graduated from Hunter College High School. She went on to graduate from Wellesley College in Massachusetts in one generation. My grandparents rebuilt the business they had lost during the war. And I knew from them how important this symbol of America was to people struggling all over the world. Their joy, they'd been through some of the worst events in human history, and their joy of being Americans was completely unadulterated. I've met many immigrants across this country, and I still haven't met anybody with a stronger accent than my grandparents had, and I have never met anybody who were greater patriots than they were. And they understood how important the idea of America was, not because we were perfect, exactly the opposite of that, because we were imperfect. But we lived in a free society that was able to cure its imperfections with the hard work of our citizens to make this country more democratic, more free, and more fair, a country committed to the rule of law. Nobody was above the rule of law, and nobody was treated unfairly by the law, even if you were an immigrant to this country. From my dad's example, I learned something really different. He might interest some people around here to know he was a staffer in the Senate for many years. And I actually grew up coming here on Saturday mornings, throwing paper airplanes around the hallways of the Dirksen Building and the Russell Building. And he worked here at a very different time in the Senate. He worked here at a time when Republicans and Democrats worked together to uphold the rule of law, to pass important legislation that was needed by the American people to move our country forward. A time when Democrats and Republicans went back home and said, I didn't get everything that I wanted, to be sure, but the 65% I did get is worth the bill that we had. And here's why the other side needed 35%. Those days are completely gone in the United States Senate. And I grieve for it. My dad passed away about a year ago. And I know how disappointed he would be about where we are. But there isn't anybody who can fix it except the 100 people that are here, and I suppose the American people for whom we ostensibly work. In the last 10 years that I've been here, Madam President, I have watched politicians come to this floor and destroy the solemn responsibility that we have, the constitutional responsibility we have to advise and consent on judicial appointments, to turn that constitutional responsibility into nothing more than a vicious partisan exercise. That hasn't been done by the American people. That wasn't done by any other generation of politicians that were in this place. It's been done by this generation of politicians, led by the senator from Kentucky, the majority leader of the Senate. We have become a body that it does nothing. We're an employment agency. That's what we are. 75% of the votes we took last year were on appointments. We voted on 26 amendments last year. 26. 26. In the world's greatest deliberative body, we passed 8 amendments in a year. Pathetic. We didn't consider any of the major issues that the American people are confronting in their lives. Not a single one. 10 years of town halls with people saying to me, Michael, we are killing ourselves, and we can't afford housing, health care, higher education, or early childhood education. We cannot save. We can't live a middle-class life. We think our kids are going to live a more diminished life than we do. What does the United States Senate do? Cut taxes for rich people. We don't have time to do anything else around here. And now, when we are the only body on planet Earth charged with the responsibility of dealing with the guilt or innocence of this president, we can't even bring ourselves to have witnesses and evidence as part of a fair trial. Even when there are literally witnesses with direct knowledge of what the president did, practically banging on the door of the Senate saying, let me testify. We're too lazy for that. The reality is we're too broken for that. We are too broken for that. And we have failed in our duty to the American people. Hamilton said in Federalist 65 that in an impeachment trial, we were the inquisitors for the people, the Senate. We would be the inquisitors for the people. How can you be the inquisitors for the people when you don't even dignify the process with evidence and with witnesses? Madam President, I often have school kids come visit me here in the Senate, which I really enjoy because I used to be the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools. And when they come visit me, they very often have been on the mall, they've seen the Lincoln Memorial, they've seen the Washington Monument, they've seen the Supreme Court, this Capitol, and there's a tendency among them to believe this was all just here, that it was all just here. And of course, 230 years ago, I tell them, none of it was here. None of it was here. It was in the ideas of the founders, the people who we call the founders, who did 2 incredible things in their lifetime, in their generation, that had never been done before in human history. They wrote a constitution that would be ratified by the people who would live under it, Never happened before. They would have never imagined that we would have lasted 230 years, at least until the age of Donald Trump. They led an armed insurrection against a colonial power. We call that the Revolutionary War. That succeeded too. They did something terrible in their generation that will last for the rest of our days, Madam President, and that is they perpetuated human slavery. The building we're standing in today was built by enslaved human beings because of the decisions that they made. But I tell the kids that come and visit me, there's a reason why they're not enslaved human beings in this country anymore, and that's because of people like Frederick Douglass, born a slave in the United States of America, escaped his slavery in Maryland, risked his life and limb to get to Massachusetts, and he found the abolitionist movement there. And the abolitionist movement, Madam President, had been arguing for generations that the Constitution was a pro-slavery document. And Frederick Douglass, who was completely self-taught, said to them, "You have this exactly wrong, exactly backwards, 180 degrees from the truth. The Constitution is an anti-slavery document," Frederick Douglass said, "not a pro-slavery document, but we're not living up to the words of the Constitution." It's the same thing Dr. King said the night before he was killed in Memphis when he went down there for the striking garbage workers. And he said, "I am here to make America keep the promise you wrote down on the page." And in my mind, Frederick Douglass and Dr. King are founders just as much as the people who wrote the Constitution of the United States. How could they not be? How could they not be? The women that fought to give my kids, my 3 daughters, the right to vote, who fought for 50 years to get the right to vote, mostly women in this country, they're founders just like the people who wrote the Constitution as well. And over the years that I've been here, Madam President, as I have seen this institution crumble into rubble, this institution become incapable of addressing the most existential questions of our time, cannot address. They can't fix their own school. They can't fix our immigration system. They can't fix climate change, although they're getting less and less patient with us on that issue. But what I've come to conclude is that the responsibility of all of us, not just senators, but all of us as citizens in a democratic republic, 230 years after the founding of this republic, is the responsibility of a founder. That it's that elevated a sense of what a citizen is required to do in a republic to sustain that republic. And I think that's the right way to think about it. It gives you a sense of what's really at stake beyond the headlines on the cable television at night, and certainly in the social media feeds that divide us minute to minute in our political life today. And the Senate has clearly failed that standard. We have clearly failed that standard. The idea that we would turn our back, close our eyes to evidence pounding on the outside of the doors of this Capitol is pitiful. It is disgraceful. And it will be a stain on this body for all time. More than 50% of the people in this place have said that what the president did was wrong. It clearly was wrong. It clearly was unconstitutional. It clearly was impeachable. What president would run for office saying to the American people, I'm going to try to extort a foreign power for my own electoral interest to interfere in our elections? It is exactly the kind of conduct that the impeachment clause was written for. It is a textbook case of why the impeachment clause exists. But even if you don't agree with me that he should have been convicted or that he should be convicted, I don't know how anybody in this body goes home and faces their constituents and say, we wouldn't even look at the evidence. And so I say to the American people, our democracy is very much at risk. I'm not one of those people who believes that Donald Trump is the source of all of our problems. I think he's made matters much worse, to be sure. But he is a symptom of our problem. He is a symptom of our failure to tend to the democracy, to our responsibility as founders. And if we don't begin to take that responsibility as seriously as our parents and grandparents did, people who faced much longer, much bigger challenges than we ever did. Nobody's asking us, thank God, to end human slavery. Nobody's asking us to fight for 50 years for the self-evident proposition that women should have the right to vote. We're not marching in Selma, being beaten for the self-evident prospect that all people are created equal. Nobody's asking us to climb the cliffs of Dover to fight for freedom in a war that had never touched our shores. But we are being asked to save the democracy. And we're going to fail that test today in the United States Senate. And my prayer for our country, Madam President, is that the American people won't fail that test. And I'm optimistic that we won't. We have never failed it before, and I don't think we'll fail it in our time. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President. The senator from Wisconsin is recognized.
In 2012, the good people of Wisconsin elected me to work for them in the United States Senate. Like every one of my fellow senators, I took an oath of office. In 2018, I was reelected and I took that same oath. We have all taken that oath. It's not to support and defend the president, this president, or any other. Our oath is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That is our job every day that we come to work. And it certainly is our job here today. Just over 2 weeks ago, we all stood together right here, and we took another oath given us by Chief Justice Roberts to do impartial judgment in this impeachment trial. I have taken this responsibility very seriously. I have listened to both sides make their case. I have reviewed the evidence presented, and I have carefully considered the facts. From the beginning, I have supported a full, fair, and honest impeachment trial. A majority of this Senate has failed to allow it. I supported the release of critical evidence that was concealed by the White House. The other side of the aisle let President Trump hide it from us, and they voted to keep it a secret from the American people. I voted for testimony of relevant witnesses with direct, firsthand evidence about the president's conduct. Senate Republicans blocked witness testimony because they didn't want to be bothered with the truth. Every Senate impeachment trial in our nation's history has included witnesses, and this Senate trial should have been no different. Unfortunately, it was. A majority of the Senate has taken the unprecedented step of refusing to hear all the evidence, declining all the facts, denying the full truth about this president's corrupt abuse of power. President Trump has obstructed Congress, and this Senate will let him. Last month, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, provided an unpublished manuscript to the White House. The recent media reports about what Ambassador Bolton could have testified to had he not been blocked as a witness go to the heart of this impeachment trial: abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. As reported, in early May 2019, there was an Oval Office meeting that included President Trump, Mick Mulvaney, Pat Cipollone, Rudy Giuliani, and John Bolton. According to Mr. Bolton, the president directed him to help with his pressure campaign to solicit assistance from Ukraine, to pursue investigations that would not only benefit President Trump politically, but would act to exonerate Russia from their interference in our 2016 elections. Several weeks later, the U.S. Department of Defense certified the release of military aid to Ukraine, concluding that they had taken substantial actions to decrease corruption. This was part of the security assistance we approved in Congress with bipartisan support to help Ukraine fight Russian aggression. However, President Trump blocked it and covered it up from Congress. On July 25th, 2019, as President Trump was withholding this support for Ukraine, he had a telephone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Based on a White House call summary memo that was released 2 months later, we all know the president put his own political interests ahead of our national security and the integrity of our elections. Based on the clear and convincing evidence presented in this trial, we know President Trump used American taxpayer dollars and security assistance for Ukraine to get them to interfere in our elections to help him politically. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to pursue investigation of phony conspiracy theories about our 2016 U.S. election that are a part of a Russian disinformation campaign. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to discredit the conclusion by American law enforcement, the U.S. intelligence community, and confirmed by a bipartisan Senate report that Russia interfered with our 2016 elections. And we know President Trump solicited foreign interference in the upcoming election by pressuring Ukraine to publicly announce investigations to help him politically. I would ask my friends to consider the fact that the Ukrainian president was pressured and prepared to go on an American cable television network to announce these political investigations. To those who are making the argument to acquit the president because to convict him would create further division in our country, I ask you to acknowledge the fact that President Trump's corrupt scheme has given Russia another opening to attack our democracy, interfere in our elections, and further divide our already divided country. We know this to be true, but the Senate is choosing to ignore the truth. As reported, just weeks after the Zelensky call, President Trump told Ambassador Bolton in August that he wanted to continue freezing $391 million in security assistance to Ukraine until they helped with the political investigations. Had Ambassador Bolton testified to these facts in this trial, it would directly contradict what the president told Senator Johnson in a phone call on August 31st, 2019, where, according to Senator Johnson, the president said, "I would never do that. Who told you that?" John Bolton not only has direct evidence that implicates President Trump in a corrupt abuse of power, he has direct evidence that President Trump lied to one of our colleagues in an attempt to cover it up. It may not matter to this Senate, but I can tell you it matters to the people of the state of Wisconsin that this president did not tell their senator the truth. Based on the facts presented to us, I refuse to join this president's cover-up, and I refuse to conclude that the president's abuse of power doesn't matter, that it's okay, and that we should just get over it. I want to recognize the courageous public servants who did what this Senate has failed to do, to put our country first. In the House impeachment inquiry, brave government servants came forward and told the truth. They put their jobs on the line, and instead of inspiring us to do our duty, to do our job, they have faced character assassination from this president, the White House, and some of my colleagues here in the Senate. It is a disgrace to this institution that they were treated as anything less than the patriots that they are. As Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman said, "This is America. Here, right matters." My judgment is inspired by these words, and I am guided to my commitment to put country before party and our Constitution first. My vote on the president's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress is a vote to uphold my oath of office and to support and defend the Constitution. My vote is a vote to uphold the rule of law and our uniquely American principle that no one, not even the president, is above the law. I only have one of 100 votes in the U.S. Senate, And I'm afraid that the majority is putting this president above the law by not convicting him of these impeachable offenses. But let's be clear, this is not an exoneration of President Trump. It is a failure to show moral courage and hold this president accountable. Now, every American will have a power to make their own judgment. Every American gets to decide what is in our public interest. We, the people, get to choose what is in our national interest. I trust the American people. I know they will be guided by our common good and the truth. The people we work for know what the truth is, and they know in America it matters. I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it's important to remind ourselves at moments like this how unnatural and uncommon democracy really is. Just think of all the important forums in your life. Think about your workplace, your family, your favorite sports team. None of them makes decisions by democratic vote. The CEO decides how much money you're going to make, not a vote of your fellow employees. Now, you love your kids, but they don't get an equal say in household matters as mom and dad do. The plays that the Chiefs called on their game-winning drive, they weren't decided by a team vote. No, most everything in our life that matters, other than the government under which we live, is not run by democratic vote. And of course, a tiny percentage of humans, well under probably 0.1%, have lived in a democratic society over the last 1,000 years of human history. Democracy is unnatural, it's rare, it's delicate, it's fragile, and untended to, neglected, or taken for granted, it will disappear like ashes scattering into the cold night. This body, the United States Senate, was conceived by our founders to be the ultimate guardians of this brittle experiment in governance. We, the 100 of us, were given the responsibility to keep it safe from those who may deign to harm it. And when the Senate lives up to this charge, it is an awesome, inspirational sight to behold. Now, I was born 3 weeks after Alexander Butterfield revealed the existence of a taping system in the White House that likely held evidence of President Nixon's crimes. And I was born 1 week after the Senate Watergate Committee, in a bipartisan vote, ordered Nixon to turn over several key tapes. Now, my parents were Republicans. My mom still is a Republican. And over the years, they've voted for a lot of Democrats and Republicans. They raised me in the shadow of Watergate to understand that what mattered in politics wasn't really someone's party. It was whether you were honest and decent, if you were pursuing office for the right reasons. In the year I was born, this Senate watched a president betray the nation. And this Senate, both Democrats and Republicans, stood together to protect the country from this betrayal. This is exactly what our founders envisioned when they gave the Congress the massive responsibility of the impeachment power. They said use it sparingly, use it not to settle political scores, but use it when a president has strayed from the bonds of decency and propriety. The founders wanted Congress to save the country from bad men who would try to use the awesome power of the executive branch to enrich themselves or to win office illicitly. And I grew up under the belief that when those bad men presented themselves, this place had the ability to put aside party and work to protect our fragile democracy from attack. And this attack on our republic that we are debating today, left unchecked, is potentially lethal. The one sacred covenant that an American president makes with the governed is to use the massive power of the executive branch for the good of the country, not for personal, financial, or political benefit. The difference between a democracy and a tin-pot dictatorship is that here we don't allow presidents to use the official levers of power to destroy political opponents. But that's exactly what President Trump did. And we all know it. Even Republicans who are going to vote to acquit him today admit that. And if you think that our endorsement through acquittal won't have an impact, then just look at Rudy Giuliani's trip to Ukraine in December, in the middle of the impeachment process. He went back looking for more dirt. And the president was ringing him up to get the details before Giuliani's plane even hit the gate. The corruption hasn't stopped. It's ongoing. And if this is the new normal, the new means by which a president can consolidate power and try to destroy political opponents, then we are no longer living in America. What happened here over the last 2 weeks is as much a corruption as Trump's scheme was. This trial was simply an extension of Trump's crimes. No documents, no witnesses, the first ever impeachment trial in the Senate without either. John Bolton practically begging to come here and tell his firsthand account of the president's corruption, denied, just to make sure that voters can't hear his story in time for them to be able to pressure their senators prior to an impeachment vote. This was a show trial, a gift-wrapped present for a grateful party leader. We became complicit in the very attacks on democracy that this body is supposed to guard against. We have failed to protect the republic. And what's so interesting to me is that it's not like Republicans didn't see this moment coming. In fact, many of my colleagues across the aisle literally predicted it. Prior to the president's election, here's what Republican senators said about Donald Trump. One said, he is shallow, he is ill-prepared to be commander-in-chief. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. Another said, the man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. Yet another Republican senator said, what we're dealing with is a con artist. He is a con artist. Now, you can shrug this off as election year rhetoric, but no Democrat has ever said these kind of things about a candidate from our party. And prior to Trump, no Republican had said such things about candidates from their party either. The truth is, Republicans, before Trump became the head of their party, knew exactly how dangerous he was and how dangerous he would be if he won. They knew he was the archetype of that bad man that the founders intended the Senate to protect democracy from. But today, that responsibility seems to no longer retain a position of primacy in this body. Today, the rule of law doesn't seem to come first. Today, our commitment to upholding decency and truth and honor is not the priority. Today, in the modern Senate, all that seems to matter is party. What is different about this impeachment is not that Democrats have chosen to make it partisan. It is that Republicans have chosen to excuse their party's president's conduct in a way that they would not have done and did not do 45 years ago. That's what makes this moment exceptional. Now, Congressman Schiff rightly challenged Democrats in his closing argument to think about what we would do if a president of our party ever committed the same kind of offense that Donald Trump has. I think it was a very wise query, and one that we as Democrats should not be so quick on the trigger to answer self-righteously. Would we have the courage to stand up to our base, to our political supporters, to vote to remove a Democratic president who had chosen to trade away the safety of the nation for political help? It would not be easy. No, the easy thing to do would be to just do what's happening today, to box our ears, close our eyes, and just hope the corruption goes away. And so I've thought a lot about this question over these past 2 days, and I've come to the conclusion that, at least for me, I would hold the Democrat to the same standard. I would vote to remove. But I admit to some level of doubt, and I think that I need to be honest about that, because the pressures today to put party first are real on both sides of the aisle, and they are much more acute today than they were during Watergate. It's with that reality as context that I prepare to vote today. I believe that the president's crimes are worthy of removal. I will vote to convict on both articles of impeachment. But I know that something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Ours is an institution built to put country above party. And today, we are doing often the opposite. I believe within the cult of personality that has become the Trump presidency, the disease is more acute and more perilous to the nation's health on the Republican side of the ledger. But I admit that this affliction has spread to all corners of this chamber. If we are to survive as a democracy, a fragile, delicate, constantly in need of tending democracy, then this Senate needs to figure out a way after today to reorder our incentive system and recalibrate our faiths so that the health of one party never, ever again comes before the health of our nation. I yield back.
President.
Senator from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Constitution is at the foundation of our republic's success, and we each strive not to lose sight of our promise to defend it. The Constitution established the vehicle of impeachment that has occupied both houses of our Congress these many days. We have labored to faithfully execute our responsibilities to it. We have arrived at different judgments, but I hope we respect each other's good faith. The allegations made in the articles of impeachment are very serious. As a senator juror, I swore an oath before God to exercise impartial justice. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. I was not wrong. The House managers presented evidence supporting their case, and the White House counsel disputed that case. In addition, the president's team presented 3 defenses. First, that there could be no impeachment without a statutory crime. Second, that the Biden's conduct justified the president's actions. And third, that the judgment of the president's actions should be left to the voters. Let me first address those 3 defenses. The historic meaning of the words high crimes and misdemeanors, the writings of the founders, and my own reasoned judgment convinced me that a president can indeed commit acts against the public trust that are so egregious that while they are not statutory crimes, they would demand removal from office. To maintain that the lack of a codified and comprehensive list of all the outrageous acts that a president might conceivably commit renders Congress powerless to remove such a president defies reason. The President's counsel also notes that Vice President Biden appeared to have a conflict of interest when he undertook an effort to remove the Ukrainian prosecutor general. If he knew of the exorbitant compensation his son was receiving from a company actually under investigation, the vice president should have recused himself. While ignoring a conflict of interest is not a crime, it is surely very wrong. With regards to Hunter Biden, taking excessive advantage of his father's name is unsavory, but also not a crime. Given that in neither the case of the father nor the son was any evidence presented by the president's counsel that a crime had been committed, the president's insistence that they be investigated by the Ukrainians is hard to explain other than as a political pursuit. There's no question in my mind that were their names not Biden, the president would never have done what he did. The defense argues that the Senate should leave the impeachment decision to the voters. While that logic is appealing to our democratic instincts, it is inconsistent with the Constitution's requirement that the Senate, not the voters, try the president. Hamilton explained that the founders' decision to invest senators with this obligation rather than leave it to the voters was intended to minimize, to the extent possible, the partisan sentiments of the public at large. So the verdict is ours to render under our Constitution. The people will judge us for how well and faithfully we fulfill our duty. The grave question the Constitution tasks senators to answer is whether the president committed an act so extreme and egregious that it rises to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Yes, he did. The president asked a foreign government to investigate his political rival. The president withheld vital military funds from that government to press it to do so. The president delayed funds for an American ally at war with Russian invaders. The president's purpose was personal and political. Accordingly, the president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust. What he did was not perfect. No, it was a flagrant assault on our electoral rights, our national security, and our fundamental values. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine. In the last several weeks, I've received numerous calls and texts. Many demanded in their words that I stand with the team. I can assure you that that thought has been very much on my mind. You see, I support a great deal of what the president has done. I voted with him 80% of the time. But my promise before God to apply impartial justice required that I put my personal feelings and political biases aside. Were I to ignore the evidence that has been presented and disregard what I believe my oath and the Constitution demands of me for the sake of a partisan end, it would, I fear, expose my character to history's rebuke and the censure of my own conscience. I'm aware that there are people in my party and in my state who will strenuously disapprove of my decision, and in some quarters I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me? I sought to hear testimony from John Bolton, not only because I believed he could add context to the charges, but also because I hoped that what he might say could raise reasonable doubt and thus remove from me the awful obligation to vote for impeachment. Like each member of this deliberative body, I love our country. I believe that our Constitution was inspired by Providence. I'm convinced that freedom itself is dependent on the strength and vitality of our national character. As it is with each senator, my vote is an act of conviction. We've come to different conclusions, fellow senators, but I trust we have all followed the dictates of our conscience. I acknowledge that my verdict will not remove the president from office. The results of this Senate court will in fact be appealed to a higher court, the judgment of the American people. Voters will make the final decision, just as the president's lawyers have implored. My vote will likely be in the minority in the Senate. But irrespective of these things, with my vote, I will tell my children and their children that I did my duty to the best of my ability, believing that my country expected it of me. I will only be one name among many, no more, no less, to future generations of Americans who look at the record of this trial. They will note merely that I was among the senators who determined that what the president did was wrong, grievously wrong. We are all footnotes at best in the annals of history, but in the most powerful nation on earth, the nation conceived in liberty and justice, that distinction is enough for any citizen. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of arguments, accusations, and anecdotes. Some very skilled speakers on both sides have presented their case both for and against impeachment. I listened intently, hour after hour, day after day, to the House managers and the president's lawyers. And the word that kept coming to me, that I kept writing down in my notes, was fairness. Because you see, here in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. As the president's defense team noted, at the foundation of those authentic forms of justice is fundamental fairness. It's playing by the rules. It's why we don't allow deflated footballs or stealing signs from the field. Rules are rules. They're there to be followed. You can create all the rhetorical imagery in the world, but without the facts to prove guilt, it doesn't mean a thing. They can say the president cannot be trusted, but without proving why he can't be trusted, their words are just empty political attacks. You can speak of David versus Goliath, but if you were the one trying to subvert the presumption of innocence, if you are the one to will facts into existence, you are not David. You have become Goliath. Our job here in the Senate is to ensure a fair trial based on the evidence gathered by the House. I've been accused, as have many of my colleagues, of not wanting that fair trial. The exact opposite is true. We have ensured a fair trial in the Senate after House Democrats abused historical precedents in their zeal to impeach a president they simply do not like. During prior impeachment proceedings in the last 50 years, lasting around 75 days or so in the House, the opposing party has allowed witnesses and the ability to cross-examine. This time, House Republicans were locked out of the first 71 of 78 days. Let me say that differently. The ability to cross-examine the witnesses that are coming before the House against the president, the House Republicans were not allowed. The president's team was not allowed to cross-examine those witnesses. The ability to contradict and or to cross-examine or have a conversation about the evidence at the foundation of the trial, White House counsel, Republicans, not allowed. Think about the concept of due process. The House Republicans and the president's team not allowed 71 of 78 days in the House. This is not a fair process. Does that sound fair to you? Democrats began talking about impeachment within months of President Trump's election and have made it clear that their number one goal, perhaps their only goal, has been to remove him from office. Does that sound fair to you? They've said, we're going to impeach, use an expletive. They've said, we have to impeach him, otherwise he's going to win the election. Now that might be the transparency we've been looking for in this process. The real root or the foundation of why we found ourselves here for 60 hours of testimony. It might be because, as they said themselves, if we don't impeach him, he might just win. What an amazing thought that the American people and not members of Congress would decide the presidency of the United States. What a novel concept that the House managers and Congress would not remove his name from the ballot in 2020, but we would allow the American people to decide the fate of this president and of the presidency. They don't get it. They don't understand that the American people should be and are the final arbiters of what happens. They want to make not only the president vulnerable, but they want to make Republican senators vulnerable so that they can control the majority in the United States Senate. Because the facts are not winning for them. The facts are winning for us. Because when you look at the facts, they're not their facts and our facts. They are just the facts. But what I've learned from watching the House managers, very convincing they were for the first day. And after that, what we realized was some facts mixed with a little fiction led to 100% deception. You cannot mix facts and fiction without having the premise of deceiving the American public. And that's what we saw here in our chambers. And why is that the case? Well, it's simple. When you look at the facts of this presidency, you come to a few conclusions that are, in fact, indisputable. One of those conclusions is that our economy is booming. And it's not simply booming from the top. It's actually, when you start looking into the crosstabs, as I like to say, what you find is that the bottom 20% are seeing increases that the top 20% are not seeing. So this economy is working for the most vulnerable Americans, and that's challenging to our friends on the other side. When you think about the fact that the Opportunity Zone legislation supported by this president is bringing $67 billion of private sector dollars into the most vulnerable communities, that is challenging to the other side. But those two are facts. When you think about the essence of criminal justice reform and making communities safer and having a fairer justice system for those who are incarcerated, that is challenging to the other side. But it is indeed a fact driven home by the Republican Party and President Donald John Trump. And these facts do have consequences, just like elections. And our friends on the other side, unfortunately, decided that if they could not beat them at the poll, give Congress an opportunity to, in fact, impeach the president. My friends on the left simply don't want a fair process. This process has lacked fairness. Instead, they paint their efforts as fighting on behalf of democracy when, in fact, they are just working on behalf of Democrats. That's not fair. It's not what the American people deserve. House managers said over and over again, the Senate had to protect our nation's free and fair elections, but they are seeking to overturn a fairly won election with absurd charges. The House manager said over and over again that the Senate has to allow new witnesses so as to make the Senate trial fair. But they didn't bother with the notion of fairness when they were in charge in the House. Their notion of fairness is to give the prosecution do-overs and extra latitude, but not the defendant. Actions speak louder than words, and Democrat actions have said all we need to hear. Let's vote no on these motions today and get back to working for the American people.
Senator from Maryland, Delaware, sorry.
Mr. President, the last time this body, the last time the Senate debated the fate of a presidency in the context of impeachment, the legendary senator from West Virginia, Robert Byrd, rose and said, "I think my country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds." Our country today, as then, is in pain. We are deeply divided. And most days, it seems to me that we here are the ones wielding the shiv, not the salve. The founders gave this Senate the sole power to try impeachment because, as Alexander Hamilton wrote, where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? I wish I could say with confidence that we here have lived up to the faith our founders entrusted in us. Unfortunately, I fear in this impeachment trial, the Senate has failed, an historic test of our ability to put country over party. Foreign interference in our democracy has posed a grave threat to our nation since its very founding. James Madison wrote that impeachment was an indispensable check against a president who would betray his trust to foreign powers. The threat of foreign interference remains grave and real to this day. It is indisputable that Russia attacked our 2016 election, interfered in it broadly, and President Trump's own FBI director and director of national intelligence have warned us they are intent on interfering in our election this coming fall. So to my Republican colleagues, I have frankly found it difficult to understand why you would continue to so fervently support a president who has repeatedly and publicly invited foreign interference in our elections. During his 2016 campaign, Donald Trump looked straight into the cameras at a press conference and said, and I quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find Secretary Clinton's 30,000 emails." We now know with certainty that Russian military intelligence hackers first attempted to break into Secretary Clinton's office servers for the first time that very day. Throughout his campaign, President Trump praised the publication of emails that Russian hackers had stolen from his political opponent, and he mercilessly attacked former FBI Director Robert Mueller throughout his investigation into the 2016 election and allegations of Russian interference. Now we know, following this trial, that the day after Special Counsel Mueller testified about his investigation to this Congress, President Trump, on a phone call with the president of Ukraine, asked for a favor. He asked President Zelensky to announce an investigation of his chief political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden. And he asked for an investigation into a Russian conspiracy theory about that DNC server. In the weeks and the months since, he has repeated that Ukraine should investigate his political opponents and that China should as well. During the trial here, after the House managers and President's counsel made their presentation, senators had the opportunity to ask questions. I asked a question of the President's lawyers about a sentence in their own trial brief, one that stated, quote, "Congress has forbidden foreigners' involvement in American elections." I simply asked whether the President's own attorneys believe their client, President Trump, agrees with that statement. And they refused to confirm that he does. And how could they, when he has repeatedly invited and solicited foreign interference in our elections? So to my colleagues, do you doubt that President Trump did what he's accused of? Do you doubt he would do it again? Do you think for even one moment he would refuse the help of foreign agents to smear any one of us if he thought it was in his best political interests? And I have to ask, what becomes of our democracy when elections become a no-holds-barred blood sport, when our foreign adversaries become our allies, and when Americans of the opposing party become our enemies? Throughout this trial, I have listened to the arguments of the House managers prosecuting the case against President Trump and of the arguments of counsel defending the president. I engaged with colleagues on both sides of the aisle and listened to their positions. The President's counsel have warned us of danger in partisan impeachments. They've cautioned that abuse of power the first article, is a difficult standard to define. They've expressed deep concern about an impeachment conducted on the brink of our next presidential election. I understand those concerns and even share some of them. The House managers, in turn, warned us that our president has demonstrated a perilous willingness to seek foreign interference in our elections and presented significant evidence that the president withheld foreign aid from a vulnerable ally not to serve our national interest, but to attack a political opponent. And they demonstrated the president has categorically obstructed congressional investigations to cover up his misconduct. These are serious dangers, too. We then are faced with a choice between serious and significant dangers. And after listening closely to the evidence, weighing the arguments, and reflecting on my constitutional responsibility and my oath to do impartial justice, I have decided today I will vote guilty on both articles. I recognize that many of my colleagues have made up their minds. No matter what decision you've reached, I think it is a sad day for our country. I myself have never been on a crusade to impeach Donald Trump, as has been alleged against all Democrats. I've sought ways to work across the aisle with his administration. But in the years that have followed his election, I've increasingly become convinced our president is not just unconventional, not just testing the boundaries of our norms and traditions. He is at times unmoored. Throughout this trial, I've heard from Delawareans who are frustrated the Senate refused to hear from witnesses or subpoena documents needed to uncover all the facts about the president's misconduct. I've heard from Delawareans who fear our president believes he's above the law and that he acts as if he is the law. I've also heard from Delawareans who just want us to find a way to work together. It is my sincere regret that with all the time we've spent together, we could not find common ground at all. From the opening resolution that set the procedures for trial, adopted on a party-line basis, Majority Leader refused all attempts to make this a more open, more fair process. Every Democrat was willing to have Chief Justice Roberts rule on motions to subpoena relevant witnesses and documents. Every member of the opposing party refused. We could not even forge a consensus to call a single witness who has said he has firsthand evidence, is willing to testify, and was even preparing to appear before us. Mr. President, when an impeachment trial becomes meaningless, we are damaged and weakened as a body, and our Constitution suffers in ways not easily repaired. We have a president who hasn't turned over a single scrap of paper in an impeachment investigation, unlike Presidents Nixon and Clinton before him, who directed their senior advisors and cabinet officials to cooperate. President Trump stonewalled every step of this Congress's impeachment inquiry, and then personally attacked those who cooperated. The people who testified to the House of Representatives, in spite of the president's orders, are dedicated public servants and deserve our thanks, not condemnation. Where do we go from here? Well, after President Clinton's impeachment trial, he said, and I quote, "This can be and must be a time of reconciliation and renewal for our country," and he apologized for the harm he'd done to our nation. When President Nixon announced his resignation, he said, "The first essential is to begin healing the wounds of this nation." I wish President Trump would use this moment to bring our country together, to assure us he would work to make the 2020 election a fair contest, that he would tell Russia and China to stay out of our elections, that he would tell the American people, whomever his opponent might be, the fight will be between candidates, not families, and that if he loses, he will leave peacefully in a dignified manner, and that if he wins, he will work tirelessly to be the president for all people. But at this point, some might suggest it would be hopelessly naive to expect of President Trump that he would apologize or strive to heal our country or do the important work of safeguarding our next election. And so that falls to us, to my colleagues who've concluded impeachment is too heavy a hammer to wield. If you believe the American people should decide the fate of this president in the next election, what will you do to protect our democracy? What will you do to ensure the American people learn the truth of what happened so that they can cast informed votes? Will you co-sponsor bills to secure our elections? Will you insist they receive votes on this floor? Will you express support for the intelligence community that is working to keep our country safe? Will you ensure whistleblowers who expose corruption are protected, not vilified? Will you press this administration to cooperate with investigations, to allow meaningful accommodations so that Congress can have its power of oversight? Why can we not do this together? Each day of this trial, we said the Pledge of Allegiance to our common nation. For my Republican friends who have concluded the voters should decide President Trump's fate, we need to do more together to make that possible. And many of my Democratic friends I know are poised to do their very best to defeat President Trump at the ballot box. So here is my plea, that we would find ways to work together to defend our democracy and safeguard our next election. We have spent more time together here in the last few weeks than in the last few years. Imagine if we dedicated that same time to passing the dozens of bipartisan bills that have come over from the House that are waiting action. Imagine what we could accomplish for our states and our country if we actually tackled the challenges of affordable health care and ending the opioid crisis, of making our schools and communities safer and bridging our profound disagreements. What fills me with dread to my colleagues is that each day we come to this floor and talk past each other, not to each other, and fail to help our constituents. Let me close by paraphrasing our chaplain, Chaplain Black, whose daily prayers brought me great strength in recent weeks. May we work together to bring peace and unity. May we permit godliness to make us bold as lions. May we see a clear vision of our Lord's desires for our nation. And remember, we borrow our heartbeats from our Creator each day. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent my statement be printed in the trial record.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last several months, last several weeks, the American people have watched Washington convulse in partisan accusations, investigations, and endless acrimony. That division reached its high watermark as the United States Senate carried out the third presidential impeachment trial in our nation's history. We saw over the last 2 weeks an impeachment process that included the testimony of 17 witnesses, more than 100 hours of testimony, and tens of thousands of pages of evidence, records, and documents, which I successfully fought to make part of the record. I fought hard to extend the duration of testimony to ensure that each side could be heard over 6 days instead of just 4. But what we did not see over the last 2 weeks was a conclusive reason to remove the President of the United States, an act which would nullify the 2016 election and rob roughly half the country of their preferred candidate for the 2020 election. House managers repeatedly stated that they had established overwhelming evidence and an airtight case to remove the president. Yet they also repeatedly claimed they needed additional investigation and testimony. A case cannot be both overwhelming and airtight and yet incomplete at the same time. That contradiction is not mere semantics. In their partisan race to impeach, the House failed to do the fundamental work required to prove its case, to meet the heavy burden. For the Senate to ignore this deficiency and conduct its own investigation would weaponize the impeachment power. A House majority could simply short-circuit an investigation, impeach, and demand the Senate complete the House's work, what they were asking us to do. The founders were concerned about this very point. Alexander Hamilton wrote regarding impeachments, and I quote, "There will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." More recently, Congressman Jerry Nadler, one of the House managers in the trial, said, "There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment substantially supported by one of our major political parties and largely opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will lack legitimacy." Last March, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, "Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the country." The framers knew that partisan impeachments could lead to impeachments over policy disagreements. Legal scholars like Charles Black have written that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. But policy differences about corruption and the proper use of tax dollars are at the very heart of this impeachment. Nevertheless, that disagreement led the House to deploy this most serious of constitutional remedies. The reason the framers were concerned about partisan or policy impeachments was their concern for the American people. Removing a president disenfranchises the American people. For a Senate of only 100 people, to do that requires a genuine bipartisan national consensus. Here, especially only 9 months before an election, I cannot pretend the people will accept this body removing a president who received nearly 63 million votes without meeting that high burden. The House manager's other argument to remove the president, obstruction of Congress, is an affront to the Constitution. The framers created a system of government in which the legislative, executive, and judiciary are evenly balanced. The framers consciously diluted each branch's power, making all three separate but equal, empowered to check each other. The obstruction charge assumes the House is superior to the executive branch. In their zeal, the House managers would disempower the judiciary and demand that the House's interpretation of the sole power of impeachment be accepted by the Senate and the other branches without question. They claim no constitutional privilege exists to protect the executive branch against the legislature seeking impeachment. They go further and claim that a single justice exercising the Senate's sole power to try impeachments can actually strip the executive of its constitutional protections with a simple decree. In Federalist 78, Hamilton wrote, "Liberty can have nothing to fear from the judiciary alone, but would have everything to fear from its union with either of the other departments." If the House managers prevail, the House would have destroyed our constitutional balance, declaring itself the arbiter of constitutional rights, and conscripting the Chief Justice to do it. To be clear, the executive branch is not immune from legislative oversight or impeachment and trial, but that cannot come at the expense of constitutional rights, certainly not without input from the judiciary. After all, since Marbury versus Madison, it is emphatically the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Without this separation, nothing stops the House from seeking privileged information under the guise of an impeachment inquiry. But the House managers say that no matter how flimsy the House's case, if the executive tries to protect that information constitutionally, that itself is an impeachable offense. That dangerous precedent would weaken the stability of government, constantly threatening the president with removal and setting the stage for a constitutional crisis without recourse to the courts. With this precedent set, the separation of powers would simply cease to exist. Over the 244 years history of our country, no president has been removed from office. The first presidential impeachment occurred in 1868. The next was more than 100 years later. Now, 50% of presidents have been impeached in the last 25 years alone. A tool so rarely used in the past is now being used more frequently. It's a dangerous development, and the Senate stands as the safeguard as passions grow even more heated. These defective articles and the defective process leading to them allow the House to muddy things and claim we're setting a destructive precedent for the future. Of course, bad cases make bad law. The House's decision to short-circuit the investigation, moving faster than any presidential impeachment and a wholly partisan one at that, certainly makes for a bad case. So again, let me be clear about what this precedent does not do. At the outset, this case does not set the precedent that a president can do anything as long as he believes it to be in his electoral interest. I also reject the claim that impeachment requires criminal conduct. Rather, this shows first that House committees cannot simply assume the impeachment power to compel evidence without express authority from the full body and corresponding political accountability. Second, the House should work in good faith with the executive through the accommodation process. If that process reaches an impasse, the House should seek the assistance of the judicial branch before turning to impeachment. Finally, when articles of impeachment come to the Senate along partisan lines, when nearly half of the people appear unmoved and maintain adamant support for the president, and when the country is just months away from an election, in these circumstances, the American people would likely not accept removing the president, and the Senate can wisely decline to usurp the people's power to elect their own president. It has been said in this trial that the American people cannot make that decision for themselves. I couldn't disagree more. I believe in the American people. I believe in the power of our people to evaluate the president, to make their decision in November, and to move forward in our enduring effort to form a more perfect union. I do not believe a Senate nullification of 2 elections over defective impeachment articles is in the nation's best interest. So let's move forward with the people's business and bring this nation back together. Let's rise up together, not fight each other. Not all of us voted for President Trump. Not all of us voted for the last president or the one before him. Yet we should work to make our nation successful regardless of partisan passions. Passion positively placed will provide our nation with the prosperity it has always been blessed with. Partisan poison will prove devastating to our nation's long-term prosperity. We must not allow our fractures to destroy our national fabric or partisanship to destroy our friendships. If we come together, we will succeed together. For surely we are bound together in this, the great United States of America. Mr. President, I ask that this be included in the trial record and yield the floor.
Mr. President, today we face a crucial test, whether the Senate will rise to serve as a check on executive abuses that our founders expected it to be. But today and throughout this trial, I'm sad to say we're failing this test. After we've been confronted with overwhelming evidence of a brazen abuse of executive power, and an equally brazen attempt to keep that scheme hidden from Congress and the American people, the Senate is poised to look the other way, to pretend the Senate has no responsibility to reveal the president's misconduct and, God forbid, hold him to account. Instead, we are being told the Senate has no constitutional role to play. We're told only the American people should judge the president's misconduct in the next election. This, despite the fact the president's scheme was aimed at cheating in that very next election. And now the Senate is cementing a cover-up of the president's misconduct to keep its extent hidden from the American people. I've been here 45 years, and I think how far the Senate has fallen. In some ways, President Nixon's misconduct, directing a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters to benefit himself politically, that seems quaint compared to today. As charged in Article 1, President Trump secretly directed a sweeping illegal scheme to withhold $400 million in military aid from an ally at war in order to extort that ally into announcing investigations of his political opponent in a way that would boost President Trump's reelection. And then, instead of hiding secret records, as President Nixon did, President Trump attempted to hide every single record from the American people. As reflected in Article 2, President Trump has the distinction of being the only president in our nation's history to direct all executive branch officials not to cooperate with a congressional investigation. So I want to be clear. I don't relish the prospect of an impeachment trial. I have stark disagreements with this president on issues of policy, on the law, on morality and honesty. But it's for the American people to judge a president on those matters. Today is not about policy differences. It's about the integrity of our elections and the Constitution. The Constitution cannot protect itself. We're supposed to protect it. The central arguments presented by the president's defense team were stunning, not unlike King Louis XIV of France, who famously declared, "I am the state." The president argues he can abuse his power to benefit his reelection so long as he believes his reelection is in the national interest. He even argues that he can request foreign governments to dig up dirt on political opponents with impunity. All of us in the Senate should flatly reject the president's argument, but an acquittal today will do just the opposite. If you believe that these outlandish arguments are irrelevant after today, remember this. The president's counsel's claim that abuse of power is not impeachable is largely and mistakenly based on the arguments of another counsel, Justice Benjamin Curtis, defending another president, President Johnson. That was 150 years ago. An acquittal today, despite the overwhelming evidence of guilt and following a sham of a trial, may fundamentally distort our systems and checks and balances for another 150 years. And what a sham trial it was. The fact that this body would not call a uniquely critical witness, John Bolton, or any other one, is beyond outrageous. And why? Is it because testimony detailing this corrupt scheme, no matter how damning, would not alter the majority leader's preordained acquittal? It's often said that history is watching. And I expect that's true, but this moment we're not merely witnesses to history, we're writing it. And let me describe the dark chapters we're inscribing in the story of our republic today. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us that foreign influence is one of the most painful foes of Republican government. Yet as a candidate, President Trump famously requested our foreign foe, Russia, to hack his political opponent's emails. And hours later, of course, Russia did. And literally the day after that saga finally came to a close, the president asked the Ukrainian president for, quote, a favor. He has since publicly repeated his request for Ukraine to interfere in our election. He made the same request to China. If we acquit President Trump today, what will he do tomorrow? Well,
President Trump has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office.
The House case is rushed, weak, and incomplete.
History will be our final judge. Will senators rise to the occasion?
The only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong.
These people are looking for anything they can get because they know they're going to lose the election.
You're looking at live pictures of the Capitol Dome, a symbol of congressional power in American government. And that power is being put to the test today as the United States Senate convenes as a jury for a final act in the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Senators will vote this afternoon on 2 charges: abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Conviction would require a 2/3 majority, or 67 senators, and Republicans control the chamber and the vote at this point. Well, senators are making speeches about their votes, about whether to convict or acquit, and you can see that in the corner of your screen. We'll be bringing this to you as soon as they gavel in and start the process of the voting. With me to put this historic day into context are my colleagues Elise Feebeck and Robert Costa. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Elise, the big news this hour, Mitt Romney deciding to vote for conviction, and what conviction means is removal from office.
That's right. A huge piece of news coming from Mitt Romney this afternoon
we were not sure what he would do prior to this, but he's clearly bucking his party in this moment. At the moment, he's the only Republican, I believe we know, who's going to take that position. And so he clearly shows that he's not afraid of Trump, and he's not afraid of Trump's base in his home state, or the state he represents of Utah. Trump is not the most popular, even though it is quite a red, conservative Republican state. And so he has some political safety in what he's decided to do here today. But we can already see, I'm looking at Twitter right now, that Donald Trump Jr. Is using the hashtag #ExpelMitt from the GOP. So it's clear that Trump and the leaders of his base are going to try to retaliate as much as they can against Romney over this.
And Mitt Romney predicted that in his speech on the Senate floor. You know, he talked about his faith, his religion, and how that was guiding him. And he basically said, I'm going to come under attack. Obviously, I'm going to come under attack, and I wouldn't be taking this vote if I didn't really believe it, because it will be hard for me. It will have political blowback. Bob, he's the only Republican doing this, because all these other moderates we were watching have given their perspective. They're saying they're going to vote to acquit. So unless something really unexpected happens, Mitt Romney is standing alone in this.
He is, and to Elise's point, Donald Trump Jr. is saying expel him from the party. Mitt Romney's niece, Ronna Romney McDaniel, is chair of the Republican National Committee. So there's a family drama, to say the least. She issued a statement saying she often disagrees with Mitt. She doesn't call him Senator Romney or her uncle. She just calls him Mitt in her tweet. But there will be pressure on her. She's seen as someone who's friendly enough with the establishment, even though she's become a real ally of President Trump. I just got back from the U.S. Senate. Was there all morning talking to Doug Jones out from Alabama and Senator Manchin. And to your question, Libby, Senator Romney will almost certainly be the only vote to try to remove President Trump from office. Interesting that he's splitting his ticket. He's saying abuse of power, but not obstruction of Congress. That's widely been seen by many in the Senate, privately and publicly, as the weakest of the articles, because Congress is always trying to fight the executive, and the executive is always fighting Congress. So Romney couched his decision in moral terms, in religious terms, personal terms. It has significance, even though he's been a critic of President Trump, because he's a former nominee of the Republican Party. And it sounds cliche, but you think about these moments and you think about the book John Kennedy wrote before he became president of the United States, Profiles in Courage, which is about when senators in the past have broken with their party to take votes that are very unpopular at the time. And Senator Romney seems prepared for the pushback against his decision. Notable that it's a little late for him to maybe jump into the presidential ring. He's always had White House ambitions. He ran for president in 2008. He ran again in 2012, became the Republican nominee. I covered both of those campaigns. This is someone who was really wanted to be president for a long time, and that may not be in the cards anymore, but he decided to make this decision, and it will have reverberations in history and for the Republican Party. It's a significant moment. Sometimes you're so close to history when you're at the Senate or covering all this. But this is a historic moment. I mean, this Republican Party has been in lockstep with President Trump for 3 years, really 3.5 if you count the campaign. And to see a former nominee step out in such a significant way, and this is different than Jeff Flake and others. This is Mitt Romney, the former nominee.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether this bodes in a certain way for what he does politically next, not just in terms of his own career, but the positions he takes vis-a-vis Trump. They've had an enormously tumultuous relationship, I think, as an understatement. And does this embolden Romney to lead the kind of never-Trump or anti-Trump wing of the GOP in a more explicit way? I'm not sure we know that, but certainly there are a lot of never-Trumpers or anti-Trump former Republicans who are cheering his decision right now and see it as that model of political courage that you talked about.
Though he seems to resist the idea of being a flag bearer for the Never Trump movement. He doesn't, even though Stuart Stevens, his former chief strategist, is one of the biggest Never Trumpers out there, and many former Romney people are Never Trumpers, he has kept his distance from that movement. He's not out there supporting Bill Weld's primary campaign, even though Weld's, like him, a former Massachusetts governor. You see in Romney someone who's very personal in how he builds out his entire political persona at this time. He's not trying, it seems, to lead a movement, though we'll keep close tabs on that.
You know, he just won election, so he's got some safety in terms of having to, go before the voters again because of the Senate's generous 6-year term compared to over in the House. But it's not just running for office again, right? It's what your reputation is. It's sort of how much power you have within the Senate, within the caucus itself. And so we'll see.
He has no power within the caucus.
And that's a question for people in Utah. What is their senator doing there for them? So it is still a tough vote, even though you may look at it on paper and say, well, he's not up for re-election for a while.
The Utah, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, that is probably the state of all 50 that had the most Republicans break from President Trump in 2016. Remember, it's a name history will probably not remember, Evan McMullin,
Yeah, right.
who runs as an independent in 2016. In Utah, he does pretty well. So Utah, of all the states, it's a conservative state, but it's inclined against President Trump, mostly because if you've been to Utah, you know that most of the population there is of the Jesus Christ Church of Latter-day Saints. They're Mormons, and they have high moral standards, and they see President Trump as someone out of step with their own moral code. And so Romney has some room politically with those Mormon conservative voters to take this position.
Well, let's listen to how Senator Romney talked about his vote today on the Senate floor, because he really did reference his faith in informing his decision.
The grave question the Constitution tasks senators to answer is whether the president committed an act so extreme and egregious that it rises to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Yes, he did. I'm aware that there are people in my party and in my state who will strenuously disapprove of my decision, and in some quarters I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me? I sought to hear testimony from John Bolton, not only because I believed he could add context to the charges, but also because I hoped that what he might say could raise reasonable doubt and thus remove from me the awful obligation to vote for impeachment. I acknowledge that my verdict will not remove the president from office. The results of this Senate court will in fact be appealed to a higher court, the judgment of the American people. Voters will make the final decision, just as the president's lawyers have implored. My vote will likely be in the minority in the Senate. But irrespective of these things, with my vote, I will tell my children and their children that I did my duty to the best of my ability, believing that my country expected it of me. I will only be one name among many, no more, no less, to future generations of Americans who look at the record of this trial. They will note merely that I was among the senators who determined that what the president did was wrong, grievously wrong.
Senator Mitt Romney announcing on the floor this afternoon that he will vote to convict President Trump on abuse of power, not on obstruction of Congress, but one conviction would mean removal from office if a supermajority of senators went that way. This makes Mitt Romney the only Republican to come out in favor of conviction. Now, he's one of just a handful of senators on both sides of the aisle that we've all been watching closely to see where they would land on this. For a roundup of how everyone's weighing in, let's go to Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. Rhonda?
Yeah, I just want to add to the Mitt Romney conversation. You know, I've been here on the Hill as long as he has. He started last January. And I remember his very first day on the job, he penned an op-ed with us saying that the president's character was flawed. And then a couple months ago, when the Ukraine call came out, he said that it was wrong and it was appalling. He got in a Twitter war with the president. So, you know, defections are always very interesting in such a polarized climate right now. But I don't know if we can all be very surprised given what Mitt Romney has said leading up to this. So yes, he was one announcement today. We were also watching Doug Jones of Alabama, someone in a very, very tight race down there. He is in a very conservative state, a state that supports the president. Let's listen to what he had to say this morning when he announced his decision.
Sadly, President Trump left his post with regard to the withholding of military aid to Ukraine and a White House visit for the new Ukrainian president. And in so doing, he took the great powers of the office of the President of the United States with him. Impeachment is the only check on such presidential wrongdoing. I've struggled to understand the House's strategy and their failure to fully pursue documents and witnesses, and wished that they had done more. However, after careful consideration of the evidence developed in the hearings, the public disclosures, the legal precedents, and the trial, I believe that the President deliberately and unconstitutionally obstructed Congress by refusing to cooperate with the investigation in any way. Accordingly, I will vote to convict the President on both articles of impeachment.
So Doug Jones there, he kept his decision on convicting the president close to the vest. He would not tell anyone up until today what he was going to decide. I talked to him a few weeks ago about that decision and what way he was leaning, but back then he said he really didn't know. He wanted to study it. He is a prosecutor. He has spent time in Alabama as a prosecutor for about 40 years. So he said he was really going to approach this decision with a legal mind, and he spent, the weeks after the Ukraine call the transcript was released. He spent weeks talking to his staff, trying to figure out the legalities of the situation, and here we now know that he will vote to convict. I spoke to a few contacts in Alabama. Previously, I was a reporter down there, and I talked to a few political observers there this morning when we learned of Jones' decision. I asked, what's this going to do with his race? And they told me, I don't think this is going to hurt or help his race. He's in such a fixed position down there when it comes to his reelection in November that really the decision today, it may not make waves down there in Alabama. Libby?
Linda Colvin, thank you so much. Let me get your impressions on the Doug Jones decision. I'll start with you, Bob.
Well, I just was with Senator Jones, and this morning I had an interesting exchange with him because he was by the trains, and I said, do you think your Senate seat is on the line? He's up for re-election this year. Won a special election against Roy Moore. Post won a Pulitzer for covering Roy Moore and the allegations against him. And Jones, who I went down to Alabama to cover that race, he's a former prosecutor. He's a low-key lawyer. He's not a gregarious-type politician. He kind of became irritated with me. He said, why are you asking that? It's not about politics. It's not about politics. And he said, I don't know if I'm going to lose or not. But he said, it's not about that. It's not a political calculation. I'm doing my duty. And he just laid it out in those terms that he very well could lose in a state dominated by President Trump. I mean, we talked about Romney earlier, and Romney's going to get the big headline today, but Doug Jones, in a deeply red state, has decided to vote for both articles of impeachment. And in a state that President Trump considers his political base, that is effectively writing your exit note. Maybe he can squeak out a win against Senator Sessions or whomever wins the Republican nomination. But Senator Jones, very aware that this decision today could end his political career, but he seems to be mostly comfortable with it and doesn't like to talk about it as a political decision.
As he gave his speech announcing what his decision was, he referenced that President Kennedy, as you mentioned earlier, Bob, profiles in courage, and he characterized it instead of like a profile in courage. He said this is simply a matter of right and wrong. This is not a courageous act. It is simply following your oath. For many Americans, hearing Doug Jones speak on the Senate floor, share his legal background and expertise might be kind of a new experience because he really was known in the context of the Roy Moore Senate fight. And oftentimes freshman senators don't make big splashes on the Hill, right? There's sort of this reverential pecking order where, although that's changing certainly, where you sort of earn your time and earn the center stage. So this was an opportunity for people to get to know Doug Jones, I think, a little more nationally, those who are tuned into politics, and get a sense of who he is and what he's like. And we'll see what it yields in terms of his election. Elise?
And we know that people who are considering or have announced runs against him have already attacked him over this decision and came out very strongly immediately to use this politically for their own campaigns. And so I think that he's actually going to see a bit of a bump himself, Doug Jones. As you said, he's going to introduce himself in a certain way, maybe to the national liberal base that will come out and support him, at least financially. But he has tried to maintain a fairly low-key presence on the Hill, and this is a departure from that. I think Bob and I can both speak to the fact that these moderate so-called swing votes over the last several months have been just facing a gauntlet of attention and pressure, and it's physical for them on the Hill as they're kind of hounded by dozens of reporters all throughout the Capitol. And I think that Doug Jones and Mitt Romney, by putting this to sleep, at least for now, are going to ease up on a bit of that pressure.
And you compare Senator Jones perhaps to Senator Manchin of West Virginia, who also represents a state where President Trump is very popular. Spoke to Manchin today, and he's still coy about whether he's going to vote for the articles of impeachment or not. We'll know at 4 p.m., so in 45 minutes, when they start having the vote. But he's been floating, and he floated it with me earlier this week, this idea of censure. So there's an expectation among Democrats today that maybe Manchin votes to acquit President Trump on both counts, but then pushes for censure, which is more of a slap on the wrist, which is a formal way of rebuking the president from the Senate. And so Senator Feinstein today told me she may support Manchin's effort to censure President Trump. But
Bob, if Mitch McConnell
right.
doesn't support
sort of
allowing a censure vote, where does it go?
It probably is killed. It goes nowhere. But
because
it's
the question is, like, for someone like Senator Manchin, is that right? Is it political cover, sort of, both ways? And it certainly, if you take senators in terms of what they've said on the floor, clearly a majority of senators think what President Trump did was wrong, because there are a handful of Republicans who, even though they are not voting to convict, people like Lisa Murkowski, who have used words like shameful, Lamar Alexander, who's called this wrong, that you'd have a simple majority saying, yes, I believe what he did was wrong. But you don't necessarily know how many votes there would be for censure, because some Democrats are pushing back on censure because they see it as a lesser punishment than conviction. But doesn't it just take Mitch McConnell to bring it to the floor? Like, could it ever even get there, Elise?
It seems very unlikely at this point. Mitch McConnell, we have to remember, started this whole process saying that he was going to be in lockstep with the White House. And the White House legal team, as well as President Trump, haven't acknowledged at all that he might have even done a little something wrong. There's a huge amount of distance between the White House and between some of those potential swing votes that are now not going to be swing votes in the Republican caucus in the Senate. So I just wanted to read from Adam Schiff what he said about those senators. He directed some of his final comments to people who said that some of Trump's actions were wrong but were not going to vote to convict him. He said, if you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to Trump's with a cord of steel and for all of history. And it seems like someone like Mitt Romney, someone like Doug Jones were very alive and awake to this sentiment on Schiff's part when he delivered that this week.
To follow up on that point, Senator Romney made the point today in his speech that history may just remember him as a name, and that's true, because the senators, and I walked by Senator Alexander this morning and Senator Collins, all these senators who come out with statements criticizing President Trump's conduct, we remember it now as reporters. But when history is recorded, what matters when you're in the U.S. Senate is how you vote, not what you say, it's how you vote. Your whole job, you have an office, multiple offices, you have staff, but at the end of the day, that's really irrelevant. The United States Senate, based on our Constitution, is about one thing: 2 representatives, 2 senators from every state voting on policy and decisions. You're a vote, and any statement can cloud up your final decision, but if you vote yes or no on this, that's how history will remember you. And Schiff's, as a reporter, Schiff's right, Romney's right, and so it's going to be fascinating to see how Senator Collins, Senator Alexander, Senator Murkowski respond to Senator Romney. Do they feel pressure now that he's pulling them into this riptide against President Trump? But I just keep coming back to my own notebook, which tells me that Senator Romney's isolated within the Senate GOP. He's not someone who has a ton of friends at the Senate GOP lunches. He's someone who is a huge figure in Republican politics, but not a huge figure in the Senate. Because this is a Republican Party at every step that's with President Trump. And Romney is just not part of that whole pattern of behavior.
And you could even see that watching it from inside the chamber based on where people sit. Of course, that's not necessarily within their control, but Romney during breaks wasn't really engaged in conversations with his fellow Republicans, didn't talk to leadership all that much, whereas you saw someone like a Lamar Alexander, a Susan Collins, a Lisa Murkowski. They were in heated discussions, particularly with leaders, throughout this process, and I think that we were able to read the tea leaves a little bit in that respect. Romney seems to be someone who is keeping his own counsel.
looks like that's Bernie Sanders in that sea of reporters right there. Of course, what a busy news week. Watching the Iowa caucus on Monday night. The first opportunity for voters to have their say in the 2020 election. State of the Union last night, and today this final chapter in the impeachment drama, seeing senators vote on whether or not to convict or acquit President Trump. We were talking about Joe Manchin a moment ago, so let's play Senator Manchin. As Bob mentioned, he's pulling for censure, but there's still a big question of how Senator Manchin will actually vote on acquittal or conviction. Watch this.
Never before in the history of our republic has there been a purely partisan impeachment vote of a president. Removing this president at this time would not only further divide our deeply divided nation, but also further poison our already toxic political atmosphere. In weighing these thoughts and of all the arguments brought forward in the case, I must be realistic. I see no path to the 67 votes required to impeach President Trump and haven't since this trial started. However, I do believe a bipartisan majority of this body would vote to censure President Trump for his actions in this manner. Censure would allow this body to unite across party lines and as an equal branch of government to formally denounce the president's actions and hold him accountable. His behavior cannot go unchecked by the Senate, and censure would allow a bipartisan statement condemning his unacceptable behavior in the strongest terms.
Senator Manchin speaking yesterday. That word bipartisan came up a lot because yesterday we did not know that there would be a bipartisan vote to convict President Trump. Now with Mitt Romney, one Republican, coming over and joining Democrats, that makes it bipartisan. And I'm always so fascinated by how key this bipartisan word is, Elise, because it's like one senator has the power to make it bipartisan or keep it from being bipartisan. How significant really is that word? And for the president to put it on and say, you know, I was exonerated in a bipartisan way, versus Democrats to say we had a bipartisan conviction of the president?
I mean, it's a messaging win for either side, and so at the moment,
even with
Democrats
just one
have that.
joining
Yes,
over.
they do. Yeah, and in terms of the history books, as Bob said earlier, it is going to matter. Mitt Romney's name will be in the history books, and I think Donald Trump at this moment is probably crossing his fingers that one of the two unknowns at the moment, Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema, come out and vote to acquit him now. He has said that he hopes for a bipartisan exoneration, and he will certainly take that to his base as a kind of mandate, saying that actually I did nothing wrong and people on both sides of the aisle see it.
Let's look at the head count here, and we'll look at a graphic that shows these people that we've all been watching, the moderates, Republicans and Democrats. You see the two holdouts there that we don't know have not said how they plan to vote are Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema of Arizona. And yes, Elise, there must be so much pressure on them. To your point earlier, so much pressure on these senators generally, but for these final two, for the president to have a symbolic bipartisan win.
Absolutely, and one of the things we were watching, people who were sitting in the chamber as reporters, Kyrsten Sinema was involved in a lot of conversations over the last several weeks with Lamar Alexander, Republican from Tennessee, who people thought might be a swing. He's going to ultimately vote in Trump's favor. And so people were wondering, is it possible that Kyrsten Sinema is actually trying to bring Lamar Alexander over to the Democratic side? And anyone who knows the dynamics of the Senate, particularly when it comes to seniority, actually it's possible that Lamar Alexander was working on her as a kind of institutionalist. Maybe he was making the case to her that it's really much better for her to join the Republicans and vote to acquit. She is kind of a maverick in her political style, and so we could potentially see that this afternoon.
But for Senator Sinema, she now faces challenges from Senator Romney's move. Senator Romney's decision changes the dynamics here at the 11th hour, because if you're Senator Sinema and you're saying this isn't really appropriate and the process is broken, you would have a case to be made. But now Senator Romney is saying in clear, stark terms, in his view, that this is an impeachable offense. It's going to be so interesting to see how Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema play out. Sinema, to me, is the big question mark because she's so unknown as a political figure right now. And I covered her in the House, but it's hard to really know how she's going to go. She says almost nothing to reporters. Senator Manchin, he has essentially signaled where he's going to go. Probably acquit and then push for censure. And he gave a pretty tough speech criticizing the president's behavior. But again, he has a lot to consider. Does he want to run for governor in West Virginia? Does he want to run for Senate again? Or maybe he's already run his last campaign. He's been around politics for a while.
Okay, what about splitting it, right? What about a split vote? Does that matter in terms of President Trump being able to claim a bipartisan exoneration?
No, I mean, Senator Romney's voting for abuse of power. That's the one that really matters.
But if the Democrats split it, if they go yes for one, no for another, who claims that as a win?
Well, I mean, if they're still voting for the abuse of power article, I don't think the White House will be celebrating. This is an interesting moment. I mean, it's right less than 24 hours after the State of the Union. The president's in full campaign mode. And that Republican Party last night on the House floor could not have been more like a political rally, chanting, being with the president, up on their feet. And then just this morning, 12 hours later, less than that, Senator Romney's throwing a wrench into the whole Republicans United front.
Well, let's go to Capitol Hill. One of our colleagues who was there in the chamber last night during the State of the Union, Karin Demerchant, congressional reporter. Karin, I want you to reflect on just what the mood is like today at this historic moment, right as this impeachment vote is happening. And then we'll backtrack and talk about last night. But let's start with today.
I mean, there was a major shift around 2 p.m. today after Romney gave his speech. I think before that, you were kind of seeing this slow plodding towards a finish that everybody thought was kind of inevitable of where it would go. And there was almost a lull around the Capitol as kind of the air hung heavy on what everybody thought was an inevitability. And then Romney made his speech, announced he'd be voting to convict on one of the articles, and that really threw things up in the air. You saw people getting emotional on the Senate floor, Democrats saying that Romney making that gesture restored their faith in the institution. I mean, this is a real significant shift here, even though it will not do anything for the ultimate outcome of this vote. It does put people who were saying, oh, well, I might consider this, except for it's so partisan and I really care about bipartisanship. Well, now it's bipartisan on the side that thinks President Trump is guilty, so will it also be bipartisan on the side that thinks that he's not? And how are people going to explain themselves in the great beyond of all this when they are accused, as people are already being accused and will continue to be, of making the decision based on politics, not principle? And how does that weigh in each senator's mind, in each senator's home state? And we've come down to the last two people basically who have to indicate who probably don't have any time left actually to indicate how they're going to vote. They're just going to vote, and we'll be watching them in real time as they do it.
So, Karin, talk about last night, your reflections on covering the State of the Union. Bob talked about how it was almost like essentially like a President Trump campaign rally, a push forward to 2020. And while he certainly had notes of American strength, there were also some serious partisan plays in that speech last night. Give us your analysis of it.
Well, I mean, look, the president started out with a tone that was basically saying the State of the Union is strong and better than it was under the last guy, and we've changed all these things that I say were bad under the last administration, and look at how much better I am. I mean, that was the general tenor through which he approached the start of his speech, through which he ended his speech, and it was kind of sprinkled in throughout. The president had a little bit of a showmanship to this, too. I mean, he's still working within the confines of the State of the Union, but kind of changed the character of it was going through. I mean, he awarded a Medal of Freedom in the rafters, gave a young girl a college scholarship, reunited a military family. Those are not usually the sort of showy, in-the-moment, slightly more reality TV style things that you see at a State of the Union address, but they are President Trump, and they're a way of fusing the President Trump we know from the stump with the President Trump who's in the august chamber, delivering the State of the Union address. And in many ways, this is kind of, a kickoff of the next chapter. No, the Senate had not completed its impeachment vote before he gave that speech, but we all knew how that impeachment vote was going to end up, and still do, even though Senator Romney has surprised us to some extent. But for the president, it's kind of like, okay, well, this is the chapter that's now behind me. They had to go through the Mueller report experience. He went through this impeachment experience, and now for them, it's full steam ahead to the election. And he's feeling good about that. And I think that you saw a lot of that tension because you saw Trump taking that lap, which was not a full victory lap, but it was a campaigning lap in his style. And you saw how angry a lot of the Democrats were watching that. I mean, that rip of his speech by Nancy Pelosi in multiple parts was done at a level where the cameras would see it, and she did not back away from that either. So, once this impeachment chapter is over, it's already game on for the rest of the year.
All right, Karin Demerchant, thank you so much. And We really appreciate your reporting. We'll be following everything that our colleagues from Capitol Hill are reporting out this afternoon as we watch this final vote. Appreciate your time. I want to bring the conversation back here into the studio to ask the question of, where does this go from here over the next couple of days? So we'll watch the vote, 4 o'clock, and of course we'll bring that to you live and uninterrupted. We are watching to see when the president chooses to talk about impeachment. He didn't mention it last night. There was perhaps like an oblique reference to it, which we can talk about in a little while. But otherwise that was not part of his script, and he was able to stick to the script and not deviate from it. So we're watching to see if the president will react, and then take me through like the next couple of days what you'll both be watching. Elise?
I mean, very curious to see how House Democrats balance as we head into the campaign season their desire to talk about bread and butter, kitchen table issues, and their desire to continue investigating Trump. We know that Jerry Nadler said to reporters, I believe this morning, that he's going to subpoena, or the House will subpoena, John Bolton to come and testify. We also know that John Bolton's about to come out with his book in a little over a month, and that will contain likely some revelations that we haven't known about yet. And so I think that Democrats will be in an interesting position. How much do they want to continue to emphasize what they see as Trump's immense wrongdoing here?
Yeah, also interesting because, Jerry Nadler, there's also a question of like if Jerry Nadler is speaking with the voice of Nancy Pelosi or speaking with the voice of Jerry Nadler. We saw Adam Schiff quite closely aligned with Speaker Pelosi, but Chairman Schiff told the reporters that Bolton might appear both before his panel and House Intelligence. I wonder what the appetite is in the caucus, Bob, for pulling more of this up. And I will say that John Bolton may be an exception. I mean, there may be so much hunger to hear from John Bolton specifically that he may be viewed in a different light than other investigations.
Just looked at Speaker Pelosi's comments yesterday. What did she say at her news conference? She wasn't talking so much about impeachment. She talked a little bit about it, but it was healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. That was her line. She said 1 healthcare, 2 healthcare, 3 healthcare. And her point was, Democrats won the House in 2018 talking about healthcare and talking about jobs. Many Democrats who are on my call list say it's time to move on, that President Trump's conduct was deplorable in their eyes, and they're not going to back away from their support for impeachment, but they want to talk about health care and they want to talk about the economy. The challenge for Democrats is, if you listen to that State of the Union address, you have a president who's very confident, as high as he's ever been in the approval polls, and the economy's strong. It took a little bit of a dip because of coronavirus fears last week, but now it's at a record high. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is above 29,000. So even if you're not a fan of President Trump, you may have a 401k that's doing pretty well. And when you ask what we're looking at, Senator Romney's decision will linger as a GOP issue for months to come, if not more than that. But what I'm watching is what's next week, the New Hampshire primary. After the chaos in Iowa, the Democrats have to start making a decision about who do they want as their nominee, and Iowa provided no clarity because of the mess of the counting of the caucus number. And so now the New Hampshire primary, which actually has ballots, will be a place where Senator Sanders or Senator Warren or Vice President Biden make a stand. And for the Democrats, will VP Biden fade or come on strong? He's taking on Pete Buttigieg, the former South Bend mayor, today, saying, if you criticize me and my record as old Washington, you're criticizing President Obama. A tougher hit than usual from Biden. He's taking on Buttigieg. He sees Buttigieg as a threat for that center wing, that center slot in the Democratic Party. And Senator Sanders did well in Iowa, from what we know, but Senator Warren is still in this race. So does he consolidate the left or not?
Let's look at the latest numbers from the Iowa caucuses. Now, we're still getting in these numbers, but here's the latest tally. So you see there, Pete Buttigieg, 26.9%, Bernie Sanders, 25.2%, Elizabeth Warren, 18.2%, and then Joe Biden, 15.6%, and Amy Klobuchar, 12.5%. So you see that really Buttigieg and Sanders performing well in Iowa. Important to note, this is the latest tally, but these numbers are being continually updated on the Washington Post website, so you can keep going back and looking there for more. And those numbers represent percentages of the state delegate equivalents, and that's the number of which you can see at the bottom of your screen. There's such a question of what this Iowa hangover will be and who will be the winners and losers coming out of this. They say there are usually 3 tickets out of Iowa. This time there seem to be 5, just in part because we couldn't really tell what was happening on caucus night. Elise, as you watch the movement towards New Hampshire, we're going to see these senators back here. We saw Elizabeth Warren zooming through the Senate there. they're going to get out of here, go back to New Hampshire, keep campaigning, 4 senators running for president, heading to that state. How are you seeing the collision of impeachment and the presidential campaign right at this moment? I mean, it's not something that, that differentiates the Democratic candidates, but it is factoring into how President Trump is going to be talking about things as he essentially campaigns and talks about what he can push back on against the Democrats.
Right, and it does energize some of those liberal voters who they're competing for, right? But of course, that at this stage in the primary, these candidates are going to be wanting to focus on the things that differentiate them. And so I would predict that impeachment is going to fall off the radar just slightly in their rhetoric. They will bring it up when they attack President Trump generally, but I think that they have strong policy cases to make against one another, and that's where the debate will remain. We're seeing reporting right now that Joe Biden is making heads roll in Iowa following his less than great showing there. And so I think I'm very interested to see how the Biden campaign tries to recover from this heading into next week.
The Biden campaign's got to do well in South Carolina. I mean, Iowa's 90% white. New Hampshire's pretty white. South Carolina, majority of the Democratic electorate is African American. African American voters have long said, especially over older African American voters, that Biden is their first choice. If Biden can't do well in South Carolina, it's hard to see how he goes into Super Tuesday with strength. He needs success in South Carolina. It's unlikely that Biden wins New Hampshire at this point, but based on every available poll. So that leaves South Carolina as his last front, where he has to really kick it into gear ahead of Super Tuesday. And for Super Tuesday, it's complicated for Biden if you don't get the win in South Carolina, because who's sitting there ready, spending millions of dollars a day? Michael Bloomberg. So if you're Biden, you're getting attacked from Buttigieg, who's got a little bit of a bounce out of Iowa. And then you got Bloomberg on the horizon, all competing for that center space. Senator Klobuchar still in the race. South Carolina, that's where it matters for Biden.
Minority Leader Schumer is speaking on the Senate floor, so let's dip into that and see what he is saying.
Remove him from the presidency and disqualify him from holding future office. The guilt of the president on these charges is so obvious that here again, several Republican senators admit that the House has proved its case. So instead of maintaining the president's innocence, the president's counsel ultimately told the Senate that even if the president did what he was accused of, it's not impeachable. This has taken the form of an escalating series of Dershowitzian arguments, including, quote, abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. Quote, the president can't be impeached for non-criminal conduct, but he also can't be indicted for criminal conduct. Quote, if a president believes his own re-election is essential to the nation, then a quid pro quo is not corrupt. These are the excuses of a child caught in a lie, each explanation more outlandish and desperate than the last. It would be laughable if not for the fact that the cumulative effect of these arguments would render not just this president, but all presidents immune from impeachment and therefore above the law. Now, several members of this chamber said that even if the president is guilty, and even if it's impeachable, the Senate still shouldn't convict the president because there's an election coming up. As if the framers forgot about elections when they wrote the impeachment clause. If the founders believed that even when a president is guilty of an impeachable offense, that the next election should decide his fate, they never would have included an impeachment clause in the Constitution. That much is obvious. Alone, each of the defenses advanced by the President's counsel comes close to being preposterous. Together, they are as dangerous to the Republic as this president, a fig leaf so large as to excuse any presidential misconduct. Unable to defend the president, arguments were found to make him a king. Let future generations know that only a fraction of the Senate swallowed these fantasies. The rest of us condemn them to the ash heap of history and the derision of first-year law students everywhere. We are only the third Senate in history to sit as a court of impeachment for the president. The task we were given was not easy, but the framers gave the Senate this responsibility because they could not imagine any other body capable of it. They considered others, but they entrusted us to us, and the Senate failed. The Republican caucus trained its outrage not on the conduct of the president, but on the impeachment process in the House, deriding falsely an alleged lack of fairness and thoroughness. The conjured outrage was so blinding that the Republican majority ended up guilty of the very sins it falsely accused the House of committing. It conducted the least fair, least thorough, most rushed impeachment trial in the history of this country. A simple majority of senators denied the Senate's right to examine relevant evidence, to call witnesses, to review documents, and to properly try the impeachment of the president, making this the first impeachment trial in history that heard from no witnesses. A simple majority of senators, in deference to, and most likely in fear of, the president of their party, perpetrated a great miscarriage of justice in the trial of President Trump. As a result, the verdict of this kangaroo court will be meaningless. By refusing the facts, by refusing witnesses and documents, the Republican majority has placed a giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, next to the acquittal of President Trump, written in permanent ink. Acquittal in an unfair trial with this giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, is worth nothing at all to President Trump or to anybody else. No doubt, the president will boast he received total exoneration, but we know better. We know this wasn't a trial by any stretch of the definition, and the American people know it too. We've heard a lot about the framers over the past several weeks, about the impeachment clause they forged, the separation of powers they wrought, the conduct they most feared in our chief magistrate. But there is something the founders considered even more fundamental to our republic: truth. The founders had seen and studied societies governed by the iron fist of tyrants and the divine right of kings, but none by argument, rational thinking, facts, debate. Hamilton said the American people would determine, quote, whether societies are really capable of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or forever destined to depend on accident and force. And what an astonishing thing the founders did. They placed a bet with long odds. They believed that reflection and choice would make us capable of self-government, that we wouldn't agree on everything, but at least we could agree on a common baseline of fact and of truth. They wrote a constitution with the remarkable idea that even the most powerful person in our country was not above the law and could be put on trial, a place where you seek truth. The faith our founders placed in us makes the failure of this Senate even more damning. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but there was no truth here. The Republican majority couldn't let truth into this trial. The Republican majority refused to get the evidence because they were afraid of what it might show. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but in order to countenance this president, you have to ignore the truth. Republicans walk through the halls with their heads down. They didn't see the tweet. They can't respond to everything he says. They hope he learned his lesson this time. Yes, maybe this time he learned his lesson. Our nation was founded on truth. But in order to excuse this president, you have to willfully ignore the truth and indulge in the president's conspiracy theories. Millions of people voted illegally. The deep state is out to get them. Ukraine interfered in our elections. You must attempt to normalize his behavior. Obama did it too, they falsely claim. Democrats are just as bad. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but this president is such a menace, so contemptuous of every virtue, so dishonorable, so dishonest, that you must ignore, indeed sacrifice, the truth to maintain his favor. The trial of this president, its failure, reflects the central challenge of this presidency and maybe the central challenge of this time in our democracy. You cannot be on the side of this president and be on the side of truth. And if we are to survive as a nation, we must choose truth. Because if the truth doesn't matter, if the news you don't like is fake, if cheating in an election is acceptable, if everyone is as wicked as the wickedest among us, then the hope for the future is lost. The eyes of the nation are upon this Senate, and what they see will strike doubt in the heart of even the most ardent patriot. The House managers established the president abused the great power of his office to try to cheat in an election, and the Senate majority is poised to look the other way. So I direct my final message, not to the House managers, not even to my fellow senators, but to the American people. My message is simple. Don't lose hope. There is justice in this world, and truth, and right. I believe that. I wouldn't be in this government if I didn't. Somehow, in ways we can't predict, with God's mysterious hand guiding us, truth and right will prevail. There have been dark periods in our history, but we always overcome. The Senate's opening prayer yesterday was Amos 5:24. Let justice roll down like water, righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. The long arc of the moral universe, my fellow Americans, does bend towards justice. America does change for the better, but not on its own. It took millions of Americans hundreds of years to make this country what it is today. Americans of every age and color and creed who marched and protested, who stood up and sat in. Americans who defended this democracy, this beautiful democracy, in its darkest hours. On Memorial Day in 1884, Oliver Wendell Holmes told his war-weary audience that, quote, whether one accepts from fortune her spade and will look downward and dig, or from aspiration her axe and cord and will scale the ice, the one and only success which is yours to command is to bring to your work a mighty heart. I have confidence that Americans of a different generation, our generation, will bring to our work a mighty heart to fight for what's right, to fight for the truth, and never, never lose faith. I yield the floor.
You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Senators set to start the vote at 4 o'clock today, and we have some breaking news to report. Senator Kyrsten Sinema said she will vote to convict President Trump on the impeachment charges. She plans to vote guilty on both counts. I've got Elise feedback to tell us more about that. Elise.
Yeah, we just got the statement from Senator Sinema. She was one of two remaining senators whose votes we were unclear on, at least on the Democratic side. Still waiting on Joe Manchin of West Virginia, as that graphic shows. But Kyrsten Sinema had an interesting statement. She says she believes the facts are clear, I'm quoting her, that security aid was withheld from Ukraine in an attempt to benefit the president's political campaign. And she said that the White House's argument that there was no harm, no foul was dangerous to the fundamental principles of American democracy. So a pretty intense statement from her in a certain way, very decisive, not necessarily what some of us expected.
Okay, we're watching Leader McConnell there on the Senate floor, so let's tune in and see what Leader McConnell has to say.
So they created the Senate. Out of necessity, James Madison wrote, of some stable institution in the government, of some stable institution in the government. Today, we will fulfill this founding purpose. We will reject this incoherent case that comes nowhere near justifying the first presidential removal in history. This partisan impeachment will end today. But I fear the threat to our institutions may not, because this episode is one of a symptom of something much deeper. In the last 3 years, the opposition to this president has come to revolve around a truly dangerous concept. Leaders in the opposite party increasingly argue that if our institutions don't produce the outcomes they like, our institutions themselves must be broken. One side has decided that defeat simply means the whole system is broken, that we literally tear up the rules and write new ones. Normally, when a party loses an election, it accepts defeat. It reflects and retools. But not this time. Within months, Secretary Clinton was suggesting her defeat was invalid. She called our president illegitimate. Former president falsely claimed that President Trump didn't actually win. He lost the election, the former president said. And members of Congress have used similar rhetoric. A disinformation campaign, weakening confidence in our democracy. The very real issue of foreign election interference was abused to fuel conspiracy theories. For years, prominent voices said there'd been a secret conspiracy between the president's campaign and a foreign government. But when the Mueller investigation and the Senate Intelligence Committee debunked that, the delegitimizing endeavor didn't stop. Remember what Chairman Schiff said here on the floor. He suggested that if the American people re-elect President Trump in November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. That's Chairman Schiff on this floor, saying if the American people re-elect President Trump this November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. So they still don't accept the American voters' last decision. And now they're preparing to reject the voters' next decision if they don't like the outcome. Not only the last decision, but the next decision. Heads, we win. Tails, you cheated. And who can trust our democracy anyway, they say. This kind of talk creates more fear and division than our foreign adversaries could achieve in their wildest dreams. As Dr. Hill testified, our adversaries seek to divide us against each other, degrade our institutions, and destroy the faith of the American people in our democracy. And as she noted, if Americans become consumed by partisan rancor, we can easily do that work for them. The architects of this impeachment claimed they were defending norms and traditions. In reality, it was an assault on both. First, the House attacked its own precedents on fairness and due process, and by rushing to use the impeachment power as a political weapon of first resort. Then their articles attacked the office of the presidency. Then they attacked the Senate and called us treacherous. Then the far left tried to impugn the Chief Justice for remaining neutral during the trial. And now, for the final act, the Speaker of the House is trying to steal the Senate's sole power to render a verdict. The Speaker says she will just refuse to accept this acquittal. Speaker of the House says she refuses to accept this acquittal. Whatever that means. Perhaps she will tear up the verdict like she tore up the State of the Union address. So I would ask my distinguished colleagues across the aisle, is this really where you want to go? The president isn't the president. An acquittal isn't an acquittal. Attack institutions until they get their way. Even my colleagues who may not agree with this president must see the insanity of this logic. It's like saying you're so worried about a bull in a china shop that you want to bulldoze the china shop to chase it out. And here's the most troubling part. The most troubling part. There is no sign this attack on our institutions will end here. In recent months, Democratic presidential candidates and Senate leaders have toyed with killing a filibuster so the Senate could approve radical changes with less deliberation and less persuasion. Several of our colleagues sent an extraordinary brief to the Supreme Court threatening political retribution if the justices did not decide a case the way they wanted. We've seen proposals to turn the FEC, the regulator of elections and political speech, into a partisan body for the first time ever. All these things, Mr. President, all these things, a toxic temptation to stop debating policy within our great American governing traditions and instead declare a war on the traditions themselves. A war on the traditions themselves. So, colleagues, whatever policy differences we may have, we should all agree this is precisely the kind of recklessness the Senate was created to stop. The response to losing one election cannot be to attack the office of the presidency. The response to losing several elections cannot be to threaten the Electoral College. The response to losing a court case cannot be to threaten the judiciary. The response to losing a vote cannot be to threaten the Senate. We simply cannot let factional fever break our institutions. It must work the other way, as Madison and Hamilton intended. The institutions must break the fever, rather than the other way around. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. That, Mr. President, is what we will do when we end this precedent-breaking impeachment. I hope we will look back on this vote and say, this was the day the fever began to break. I hope we will not say, this was just the beginning. I ask unanimous consent the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, the Senate stands in recess subject to the call of the chair.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. In just a few moments, the Senate is expected to gavel back in for this vote on whether to convict or acquit President Trump. We do have breaking news. Senator Joe Manchin announces he will vote to convict President Trump. So that means all Democrats will stick together. Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, Doug Jones, the ones we were watching today, they plan to vote to convict the president. That means the Democratic caucus holds firm on that. And the only senator to announce a crossover vote is Mitt Romney. He plans to vote to convict on the first article, abuse of power, to acquit on the second, obstruction of Congress. But it only takes one conviction to say that you want to remove the president from office. I'm joined by Elise Feedback and Aaron Blake here in our studio. Now, of course, this falls far short of the 67 votes needed to actually remove the president from office. But it does show that Democrats were able to hold together. We were wondering if President Trump will be able to declare a bipartisan exoneration or acquittal. That does not look to be the case, Elise, and in fact, it's gone the other way.
That's right. The movement to convict him has now become bipartisan with the participation of Mitt Romney. And so that is a messaging loss for President Trump. It would have been a real, I think, pleasure for him, what we know about his messaging style, to be able to declare that he had members of both parties who were hoping to acquit him. But at this moment, Joe Manchin, who seemed like the likeliest member of the Senate who might go the White House's way, has declared, I'm looking at his statement, that the evidence presented by the House managers clearly supports the charges. So he's made it very clear, Joe Manchin, he's not even splitting his vote. He's decided to vote to convict.
Aaron.
Lisa's exactly right. This is mostly a symbolic thing, but the symbolism is pretty remarkable. Obviously, it's just a vote here or there. But in becoming the Republican who's going to vote to convict the president, this means it's the first time that a member of the president's own party has voted to remove them from office. That didn't happen in the case of Andrew Johnson, didn't happen in the case of Bill Clinton. In the House, in those cases, some of the president's own party voted to impeach, but none of them voted to remove. Also, with Manchin and Sinema now voting to convict the president on both counts, that's actually the first time that all of the president's opposing party have voted in unison to remove the president from office. That didn't happen with Johnson, in which case a number of Republicans voted to actually made the key votes to keep him in office, and then also in Clinton, where there were 10 and 5 Republicans respectively who voted with Democrats. So it's historic in two separate ways. It obviously doesn't impact the eventual result, but it does really undercut this talking point that the president's legal team and the president have been making, which is that this was a purely partisan impeachment process. Well, it ends with a vote that is partisan on one side, but not on the other side.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for her reaction to the news that all Democrats will stay together and vote to convict, and the one crossover vote will be Mitt Romney. Rhonda.
Right. I think the Sinema news is sort of interesting, and Manchin is also very interesting because earlier this week he offered that censure resolution asking his colleagues to potentially do a lesser rebuke of the president. So that's interesting that he offered that earlier this week and then decides to vote on conviction on both charges. So very, very interesting wild card there, although we just didn't know which way he was going to go in the beginning. That's why we were closely watching him. I think we're going to go back to the chamber right now.
The Deputy Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. As a reminder to everyone in the chamber, as well as those in the galleries, demonstrations of approval or disapproval are prohibited.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, the Senate is now ready to vote on the articles of impeachment, and after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will now read the first article of impeachment.
Article 1, Abuse of Power. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives, quote, shall have the sole power of impeachment, unquote, and that the President, quote, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, close quote. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in that, using the powers of his office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 United States presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 United States presidential election to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value to Ukraine on its public announcement of the investigations. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the United States democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A, political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and B, a discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. 2, with the same corrupt motives, President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within the outside of the United States government, conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested. A, the release of $391 million of United States taxpayer funds that Congress had appropriated on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, and which President Trump had ordered suspended. And B, a head of state meeting at the White House, which the President of Ukraine sought to demonstrate continued United States support for the government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. 3, faced with the public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine and has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous invitations of foreign interference in United States elections. In all of this, President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal political benefit. He has also betrayed the nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power in corrupting democratic elections. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Each senator, when his or her name is called, will stand in his or her place and vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules on Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution, regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment, provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. The question is on the first article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Not guilty. Mr. Alexander, not guilty. Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Not guilty. Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Guilty. Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Not guilty. Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. Guilty. Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, not guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, not guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, not guilty. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, guilty. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, not guilty. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, guilty. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, guilty. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, not guilty. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, not guilty. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, guilty. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, not guilty. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, not guilty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, guilty. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, guilty. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, guilty. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, guilty. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, not guilty. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, not guilty. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, guilty. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, guilty. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, not guilty. Mr. King. Mr. King, guilty. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, guilty. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, not guilty. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, guilty. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, not guilty. Mrs. Loeffler. Mrs. Loeffler, not guilty. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, guilty. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, guilty. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, not guilty. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, not guilty. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, guilty. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, guilty. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, not guilty. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, not guilty. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, guilty. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, guilty. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, not guilty. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, not guilty. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, guilty. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, not guilty. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, not guilty. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, guilty. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, not guilty. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, guilty. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, guilty. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 48 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 52 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the first article of impeachment. The clerk will read the second article of impeachment.
Article 2, Obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of the government of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 United States presidential election. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committee's undertaking the investigation serves subpoenas seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. President Trump abused the powers of his high office through the following means. 1, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committees. 2, directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single document or record. 3, directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administration officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael Mick Mulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Kristen Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vaught, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Breckbull. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in United States elections. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives in the exercise of its sole power of impeachment. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. This abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize and control the power of impeachment, and thus to nullify a vital constitutional safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of the constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The question is on the second article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Not guilty. Not guilty. Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. Guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Burr? Not guilty. Ms. Cantwell? Guilty. Mrs. Capito? Not guilty. Mr. Cardin? Guilty. Mr. Carper? Guilty. Mr. Casey? Guilty. Mr. Cassidy? Not guilty. Ms. Collins? Not guilty. Mr. Coons? Guilty. Mr. Cornyn? Not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto? Guilty. Mr. Cotton? Not guilty. Mr. Kramer? Not guilty. Mr. Crapo? Not guilty. Mr. Cruz? Not guilty. Mr. Daines? Not guilty. Ms. Duckworth? Guilty. Mr. Durbin? Guilty. Mr. Enzi? Not guilty. Ms. Ernst? Not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein? Guilty. Mrs. Fisher? Not guilty. Mr. Gardner? Not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand? Guilty. Mr. Graham? Not guilty. Mr. Grassley? Not guilty. Ms. Harris? Guilty. Ms. Hassan? Guilty. Mr. Hawley? Not guilty. Mr. Heinrich? Guilty. Ms. Hirono? Guilty. Mr. Hoven? Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Not guilty. Mr. Inhofe? Not guilty. Mr. Johnson? Not guilty. Mr. Jones? Guilty. Mr. Kane? Guilty. Mr. Kennedy? Not guilty. Mr. King? Guilty. Ms. Klobuchar? Guilty. Mr. Langford? Not guilty. Mr. Leahy? Guilty. Mr. Lee? Not guilty. Mrs. Loeffler? Not guilty. Mr. Manchin? Guilty. Mr. Markey? Guilty. Mr. McConnell? Not guilty. Ms. McSally? Not guilty. Mr. Menendez? Guilty. Mr. Merkley? Guilty. Mr. Moran? Not guilty. Ms. Murkowski? Not guilty. Mr. Murphy? Guilty. Mrs. Murray? Guilty. Mr. Paul? Not guilty. Mr. Perdue? Not guilty. Mr. Peters? Guilty. Mr. Portman? Not guilty. Mr. Reed? Guilty. Mr. Risch? Not guilty. Mr. Roberts? Not guilty. Mr. Romney? Not guilty. Ms. Rosen? Guilty. Mr. Rounds? Not guilty. Mr. Rubio? Not guilty. Mr. Sanders? Guilty. Mr. Sass? Not guilty. Mr. Schatz? Guilty. Mr. Schumer? Guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida? Not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Guilty. Mr. Shelby? Not guilty. Ms. Sinema? Guilty. Ms. Smith? Guilty. Ms. Stabenow? Guilty. Mr. Sullivan? Not guilty. Mr. Tester? Guilty. Mr. Thune? Not guilty. Mr. Tillis? Not guilty. Mr. Toomey? Not guilty. Mr. Udall? Guilty. Mr. Van Hollen? Guilty. Mr. Warner? Guilty. Ms. Warren? Guilty. Mr. Whitehouse? Guilty. Mr. Wicker? Not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Guilty. Mr. Young? Not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 47 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 53 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that respondent Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the second article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, President of the United States, upon 2 articles of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charges contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby, acquitted of the charges in said articles.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send an order to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, and also to the House of Representatives, the judgment of the Senate in the case of Donald John Trump, and transmit a certified copy of the judgment to each.
Without objection, the order will be entered.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Before this process fully concludes, I want to very quickly acknowledge a few of the people who helped the Senate fulfill our duty these past weeks. First and foremost, I know my colleagues join me in thanking Chief Justice Roberts for presiding over the Senate trial with a clear head, steady hand, and the forbearance that this rare occasion demands. We know full well that his presence as our presiding officer came in addition to, not instead of, his day job across the street. So the Senate thanks the Chief Justice and his staff who helped him perform this unique role. Like his predecessor, Chief Justice Rehnquist, the Senate will be awarding Chief Justice Roberts the Golden Gavel. To commemorate his time presiding over this body, we typically award this to new senators after about 100 hours in the chair, but I think we can agree the Chief Justice has put in his due and then some. The page is delivering the gavel.
Thank you very much.
Of course, there are countless Senate professionals whose efforts were essential. I'll have more thorough thanks to offer next week to all of those teams, from the Secretary of the Senate's office to the parliamentarians, to the Sergeant at Arms team, and beyond. But there are two more groups I'd like to single out now. First, the two different classes of Senate pages who participated in this trial. Their footwork and cool under pressure literally kept the floor running. Our current class came on board right in the middle of the third presidential impeachment trial in American history and quickly found themselves hand-delivering 180 question cards from senators' desks to the dais. No pressure, right, guys? So thank you all very much for your good work. And second, the fine men and women of the Capitol Police. We know that the safety of our democracy literally rests in their hands every single day, but the heightened measures surrounding the trial meant even more hours and even more work and even more vigilance. Thank you all very much for your service to this body and to the country.
The chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
I join the Republican leader in thanking the personnel who aided the Senate over the past several weeks. Capitol Police do an outstanding job day in, day out to protect the members of this chamber, their staffs, the press, and everyone who works in and visits this Capitol. They were asked to work extra shifts and in greater numbers to provide additional security over the past 3 weeks. Thank you to every one of them. I, too, would like to thank those wonderful pages. I so much enjoyed you with your serious faces walking down right here and giving the Chief Justice our questions. As the leader noted, the new class of pages started midway in this impeachment trial. When you take a new job, you're usually given a few days to take stock of things, get up to speed. This class was given no such leeway, but they stepped right in, didn't miss a beat, ferrying hundreds of questions from U.S. senators to the Chief Justice on national television is not how most of us spend our first week at work, but they did it with aplomb. I'd also like to extend my personal thank you to David Houck, the Director of the Office of Accessibility Services, Tyler Pumphrey, the Supervisor, and Grace Ridgway, the wonderful Director of Capitol Facilities. Everyone Grace's team worked so hard to make sure we were ready for impeachment. Gary Richardson, known affectionately to us as Tiny, the chief chamber attendant. Jim Hoover and the cabinet shop, who built new cabinets to deprive us of the use of our electronics and flip phones during the trial. Brenda Bird and her team did a spectacular job of keeping the Capitol clean, and Lyden Webb and his team who moved the furniture and then moved it again and again and again. Grace, we appreciate all your hard work. Please convey our sincerest thanks to your staff. Thank you all, the whole staff, for your diligent work through many long days and late nights during this very trying time in our nation's history.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The chair also wishes to make a very brief statement. I would like to begin by thanking the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader for their support as I attempted to carry out ill-defined responsibilities in an unfamiliar setting. They ensured that I had the wise counsel of the Senate itself through its secretary and her legislative staff. I am especially grateful to the parliamentarian and her deputy for their unfailing patience and keen insight. I am likewise grateful to the Sergeant at Arms and his staff for the assistance and many courtesies that they extended during my period of required residency. And thank you all for making my presence here as comfortable as possible. As I depart the chamber, I do so with an invitation to visit the court. By long tradition and in memory of the 135 years we sat in this building, we keep the front row of the gallery in our courtroom open for members of Congress who might want to drop by to see an argument or to escape one. I also depart with sincere good wishes as we carry out our common commitment to the Constitution through the distinct roles assigned to us by that charter. You have been generous hosts, and I look forward to seeing you again under happier circumstances. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
I move that the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment on the articles against Donald John Trump, adjourn, sine die.
Without objection, the motion is agreed to. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, stands adjourned, sine die.
And with that gavel, the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump is over. And we see a vote the history books will remember as a defining moment. On Article 1, abuse of power, the Senate voted 52-48 not guilty. On Article 2, obstruction of Congress, the Senate voted 53-47 not guilty. With those votes, President Trump is acquitted of the charges and remains in office. But it was a bipartisan vote to convict on one article. Utah Republican Mitt Romney joined Democrats and voted guilty on abuse of power. Joining me now are my Washington Post colleagues, Elise Febeck, Aaron Blake, and Matea Gold. Elise, I want you to reflect on the history of this moment. Acquittal was all but certain going into today, yet we saw this bipartisan choice to convict the president. And I'm curious as to your thoughts as we reflect on this entire process.
I mean, we can step back and note that this was the third presidential impeachment trial in history, which makes it unique on its own, period. And as Aaron noted earlier, this was the first time that a member of the president's own party voted for removal. That was Mitt Romney. And so I think that for Americans everywhere, this is a moment for the history books to be a witness to it. Puts everyone in a very unique position, particularly headed into an election year at a time where our politics are so divided. President Trump was obviously acquitted. He was not removed, but this was the culmination of a process that began not just last fall in the House, but really much earlier in his presidency with the activism that many people thought ought to lead to his removal eventually. That didn't happen. The Senate is led by Republicans, but I think that as a rebuke to the president, this is historically weighty and meaningful.
Aaron, what do you see as the significance?
Well, two things. One is, the first thing to say is that Democrats began this process and they had no illusions that they were ever going to be able to remove the president. The only ways in which this would ultimately really kind of move the needle were in two ways. One was something they emphasized a lot, which is the idea that they needed to be a check on the president. They needed to at least send a message about what he was doing, maybe stop him from doing it again. The second, and by the way, on that count, he was asked yesterday about Susan Collins' comment that, well, maybe if he, going through this impeachment process, maybe if this opportunity presents itself again, he'll think twice about doing it. Maybe he'll have learned his lesson. And Trump just explicitly rejected that in his own comments. The second potential upshot of this, even though he's acquitted, is does it move the needle politically? Was information uncovered that maybe casts him in a more unfriendly light than he was before? Could that have an effect on the next election? The president has now been acquitted, and the most recent polls suggest the president's image probably has actually ticked up a little bit in recent months. He's doing better in some of the matchups with Democrats in the 2020 election. It's not a fundamental and massive shift, but it's certainly a situation in which it doesn't look as though the impeachment process has really hurt the president politically in any significant way. And so, Democrats began this process concerned that what happened in '98 might happen again, that this would actually backfire on them to some degree. I think maybe that's going too far, but it certainly hasn't carried any real noticeable political benefits for them, notwithstanding the vote today and notwithstanding the evidence that we actually saw emerge from this trial and impeachment process.
Matea, what are your takeaways?
Well, it's interesting to your point, Aaron. I mean, Nancy Pelosi made it really clear that she thought the politics weren't necessarily good on this, and that's not the reason the Democrats were pursuing it. And I think it remains to be seen whether there is indeed a backlash the way that the Republicans faced when they sought to remove President Clinton from office. I mean, one thing that struck me is, as much as we've talked about how the the outcome of this was really all but certain. There was an enormous amount of sort of unexpected drama to today. And I think the weightiness of what was happening really sort of hit everyone. Watching the senators stand up one by one and say the words guilty or not guilty about the President of the United States is a really singular moment in our history. And having that, the prelude of that being this speech by Mitt Romney, which took the White House by surprise, emotionally shook some of his Democratic colleagues, I think was just sort of a fascinating way to end this chapter. And I do think that in some ways, to Elise's point, this whole process has just probably further entrenched the partisan divide in this country. And where we go from here in a presidential election year really remains to be seen.
Jay Sekulow is addressing the microphones. We'll stay tuned to that and see if we can bring that to you. If there's content we will be sharing with you. We'll be monitoring to see who comes out to the microphones, who speaks. Of course, a significant moment. We'll also check in with Rhonda Colvin in just a little bit to get her sense of what it's like in the Capitol today, what the mood is. And it's been really an extraordinary series of days this week in the political landscape. Let's go now to Leader McConnell.
Open discussion with all of you about what we've just witnessed. Let me start by saying I don't think any of you doubt that this was the most partisan of exercises. We all fully remember, and it's been said numerous times, the Speaker said roughly a year ago, you shouldn't go forward with an impeachment that was not bipartisan. I've watched her very carefully over the years. Our leadership positions have overlapped, and even before then, we were working together on appropriation bills back in the early days. I'm pretty sure she didn't want to do this. But the fact that she was pulled into this direction against what appeared to be her political instincts a year ago underscores that this was a purely political exercise. Now, having been dragged into something she instinctively felt was a mistake, then the second impulse was, let's get this over with as quickly as possible. Get it out of here, get it over in the other body, and let them deal with it. So that's why you had an abbreviated, truncated rush job over in the House. But even during that abbreviated period, it was pretty clear that they amassed a significant body of evidence from witnesses, which you heard them argue about over here frequently. They provided with us in the House record testimony from 13 witnesses, depositions from 17 witnesses. Then, of course, we added on top of that 180 questions. That we witnessed 193 witness video clips and 28,000 pages of evidence. So I asked my staff to count up the number of times we heard from the House managers during their presentation, how many times it was already proven. There were 60 times, 60, in which House managers said during their presentation to us that the case was either proven or proved, 60 times. There were 33 more times when one or more of the House managers said the evidence was overwhelming. So where did the nonsense about witnesses come from? I have a pretty good idea. After this thoroughly political exercise left the House and came over to the Senate, there was a lot of poll data taken. How are we going to sell this to senators? How are we going to sell it to the American people? Even though we already have all of this testimony and all of these witnesses, what polls well? Why, of course, if you ask the average citizen whether they think there ought to be witnesses in a trial, you're going to get an answer that you want. So the Speaker, I gathered, decided to sit on the impeachment papers after arguing that this is a matter of great urgency and the President needed to be removed from office as soon as possible. Sit on them for a month to laughably think that that somehow gave me leverage to concede their principal political argument, which was this was all about witnesses over here on our side. Well, that brought one of those rare smiles to my face, which you witnessed, in which I was perplexed by the strategy that was being employed. Finally, when it became obvious to everyone, it was an absurd position. Democratic senators were saying, why don't you send the papers over? Some of our own members were saying it before they got slapped back into line. The papers came over, and we knew full well this was all going to be about witnesses. I had said to my colleagues back in December in anticipation of the impeachment that their strategy would be to get it out of the House quickly and to leave it in the Senate endlessly, so that we'd have that wrapped around our axle indefinitely. And my suspicion was that it wasn't so much about President Trump, but rather about taking the Senate. And my counterpart, Senator Schumer, finally in the last few weeks pretty much admitted it to all of you that that's what this was all about. It was about taking the Senate and about trying to bog us down in this and to try to get my guys to have a lot of tough votes. So I'm proud of my colleagues for seeing through that, for knowing that even though if you ask a typical voter, should there be witnesses in a trial, they'd say, sure, of course there ought to be witnesses. That it was really about not the president, we all knew he was not going to be removed from office, but about trying to take the Senate. And so I'm proud of my members for resisting the temptation to go down that path, for also preventing what the second strategy was. It was pretty clear the Democrats, if they couldn't win this, wanted to embarrass the Chief Justice, try to drag him into this maelstrom. And the way that could have been done, obviously, was with a 50-50 vote where he would have been accused had he chosen not to rule, which, of course, I can't imagine he would have, but it's pretty clear that would have dragged the Supreme Court right into the middle of the maelstrom as well. So we've reached the conclusion. I think this was a thoroughly political exercise from the beginning to the end. And the final irony of it all is the Speaker was right in the beginning. Because here we are today in a position to judge the political impact of this. Since it all started about politics, how did it end about politics? The President has his highest approval rating since he's been in office. I can tell you as a poll watcher who's looking at polls and certain Senate races, every one of our people in tough races, every one of them, is in better shape today than they were before the impeachment trial started. So I'm not sitting here predicting what will be the biggest issue in November, but I can tell you this. Right now, this is a political loser for them. They initiated it. They thought this was a great idea. And at least for the short term, it has been a colossal political mistake. Manu?
Several of your members have been critical of the president's conduct, saying it was inappropriate, shameful, as Lucy McCoskey said. One of them, of course, today said he would vote to convict the president on abuse of power, Mitt Romney did. And for you, why is it okay for the president to ask another foreign country to investigate a political rival?
Now, Manu, I've been responding to you for years. And you know that what I'm here to talk about today is the political impact of this. We've completed it. We've listened to the arguments. We've voted. It's in the rearview mirror. And I think what's appropriate now is to weigh, since it all began for political reason, the political impact of it. And I think it's pretty clear what I've already said is where we are right now. Yeah.
Is there room in the Republican Party for someone who votes for the president's conviction?
Well, I was surprised and disappointed, but I still think that we had a great teamwork on this, and I think we're in a good position going into our Senate races and the presidential race with regard to this issue. There may be plenty of other issues between now and November, but I think we're in pretty good shape right now. Yeah.
Leader McConnell, some of Speaker Pelosi's top lieutenants are already talking about next steps, subpoenaing John Bolton. Is there a serious political price to pay if they don't move on after impeachment?
Well, you know, I've watched these impeachments over these investigations over the years by both sides. I really think the American people are more likely to focus at this point and for the rest of the year on what kind of shape is the country in. How are you feeling about things? Are you better off, as President Reagan put it, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Yeah, I think the investigations will go on. That's sort of what Congress does. We've done it when we were in the majority and there was a Democratic president. They've done it. I wouldn't expect that to stop. I think in the end, it's not likely to have much of an impact on any of the races, the presidential or the Senate races. Yeah.
Donald Trump Jr., just to follow up on Garrett's question there, is calling for Mitt Romney to be expelled from the Republican conference. Is there any chance that Mitt Romney is expelled from the Republican conference as a result of his vote to convict?
Yeah, look, I was surprised and disappointed, but we have much work to do for the American people. And I think Senator Romney has been largely supportive of most everything we've tried to accomplish. Yeah.
Why is there this reluctance to engage specifically on the issue of the president's conduct? Was it acceptable for President Trump to ask the leader of Ukraine to investigate the Bidens and subsequently hold up military aid? That specific question.
I'm sure you were paying close attention, but that's exactly what we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks. Yeah.
Obviously, you and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer had a lot of disagreement about
Leader McConnell declaring political victory, but once again avoiding the question of whether or not he believes President Trump did the wrong thing by asking a foreign leader to interfere in the U.S. election. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Senator Joe Manchin's addressing reporters, so let's go listen to him.
Hopefully I've done that. And I've always said if I can go home and explain it, I can vote for it. If I can't explain it, I vote against it. I can explain my vote based on the evidence that was presented. Under oath, the evidence was given to us under oath by the testimonies from the witnesses that they were able to secure, and the documents that we saw. And common sense would tell me, after the transcript, that a phone call from the most powerful person in the world to the most inexperienced leader of a country that's facing Russian aggression would be very much intimidated, and that's not who we are. And I have said before, I said, you can't go around, and we can't be the country we are trying to encourage countries to accept democracy and enjoy the freedoms and liberties that we all have enjoyed by using that for a political favor. You can't do that. That's not who we are. So it was very clear. The president said he could not get a fair trial in the House. I wanted to make sure he got a fair trial in the Senate, and I've never seen a trial if somebody wants to defend themselves with their defense counsel not bringing witnesses and documents that would be able to do that. So when I look at everything, there was no other conclusion that I could come to. As much as I knew as divisive as it would be, as difficult as it would be, but it's not a political decision. It's based on, could I go home and face the oath I took, go home and face my family, my friends, and the good Lord that I swore to. Couldn't do it.
Did President Trump communicate with you during this process at all?
No.
Are you worried about how it will play out with voters?
Well, you know, if I've said if I couldn't explain it, I would be worried. If I did a political vote, I would be worried. But the people that are going to be upset with me because of the vote, if they give me a chance to explain what I'm dealing with, you know. I know back where I come in West Virginia, if I'm innocent, give me a chance to defend myself. Give me a chance to prove to you I'm innocent.
Do you think they will?
Well, no, I don't mean that. I mean in the trial.
Yeah.
My goodness, you picked that one up wrong. I mean if you accuse me of something, and that never happened. So the evidence I have was overwhelming.
You think you can explain to them, though? I mean, can you explain to them exactly?
Sure.
And you think they'll listen to you?
Well, you know, the only thing I can do is they know me. They've known me for 37 years in public service as their governor and secretary of state and everything else. So I think they'll trust me from that end. They might not agree, and I've said this. As long as we all, as public servants, we owe all of you, the free press, everybody, an explanation. Whether you agree or not, that's not my job. My job is to give you the facts and the truth, and you're going to say, I don't agree, but at least I understand he had a process.
Senator, had you decided by the time Senator Romney had announced his decision?
Oh, yes, my speech was written.
What did you think of his decision?
What did you think of his decision?
I thought it was very powerful, very encouraging. But Mitt's a dear friend of mine, and we've been talking, and I knew he'd been struggling also, but the facts are overwhelming.
Can you talk a little bit about those discussions?
No, not really. No, just it's been a dear friendship. Good friendship.
Did any of your colleagues help you arrive to this?
No, nobody. Let me tell you one thing, and I will say this. All 100 senators, no matter what side you were on, respected everyone, how difficult a decision this was. This is the most difficult decision I have ever had to make. I've never sat in a jury. I've never been on jury duty. So I've never had to stand up and say guilty or not guilty. That was really powerful to have to do that. But they've been also, I think everyone's been so great. I just pray to the good Lord and wish we never had to get to this to where there was a trial or need to be one. And I pray that the president understands this is not a political vote whatsoever. It's not whether I like the president. I've always had a good relationship. But I love my country, and I have an obligation, responsibility for my duties to my country. And if I can't explain that, then shame on me. That's who I am.
Senator, do you think, when you were thinking about this, was part of your decision deciding whether you're going to face voters again, whether you
not at all.
Continue
if this was a political decision, it was the wrong decision anybody made if it was political. If it was a conviction based on the facts we had to deal with and based on the Constitution and the oath that we took, I can respect that, and I would assume everyone made that based on what they feel. I give everybody that consideration.
Senator Collins said she believes the president has learned a lesson from this trial. Do you share that belief?
I would pray to the good Lord. You know, I didn't see that lesson learned last night, but I would pray that it starts today. Okay.
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say, as disappointed as I was in this vote, the man you
Senator Joe Manchin saying that this was the most difficult decision he's ever had to make and that he hopes the president understands. This is live coverage in the Washington Post. I'm going to bring into our discussion Elise Febeck, Aaron Blake, and Matea Gold. So fascinating to hear Joe Manchin talk about this. So many senators have referenced their faith and God guiding them. Matea, is it possible, though, to separate out the political from the legal and the analysis these senators have been doing of the facts?
Well, I'm sure for them it was all inextricably bound up, right? And I don't think we can get inside their heads and know exactly what motivated them to make the decisions they did. I think, as Joe Manchin noted, I mean, this wasn't necessarily a safe political decision for him. He's going to probably face a lot of tough questions from his constituents. I do think it was really interesting seeing the senators such as Senator Manchin and Senator Jones, who were weird wobblers we were watching, that they were really wrestling with these issues of the president's behavior in a way that we just heard Senator McConnell, for example, not wanting to address. I mean, and I thought Manchin's answer was interesting to the question about whether President Trump's learned a lesson. He is not willing to go as far as Senator Collins did yesterday in saying she believes, which I then think she modified to say she hopes the president has learned a lesson. It does seem like that from the way that he was talking about this, he was really focused on, this question about whether a line had been crossed constitutionally, and that seemed to be, his kind of guiding focus in making this decision.
Aaron, the question of behavior, we heard Senator Manchin say that he didn't see that the president had learned that lesson based on last night, meaning the State of the Union.
Right, and that's an interesting comment for somebody who Senator Manchin has worked with before, which is Senator Susan Collins. Lamar Alexander made this argument. Joni Ernst made this argument over the weekend. The idea that the president has been impeached and therefore he's less likely to do this again. I wrote on Monday about how the evidence basically suggested that through any number of different controversies, the president has never really been truly chastened by any rebukes that he's had, whether it was in the Mueller report, whether it was the beginning of the impeachment process. He has, at very key junctures, pressed forward with these things that have ultimately got him in trouble in this impeachment inquiry. And so the idea that he was suddenly going to view this impeachment and now an acquittal as something that he needs to adjust his behavior around just doesn't track with what we've seen from the president. And then he just came out and said it himself, which is, I think, You know, if you're Susan Collins and you're Joni Ernst and you're Lamar Alexander and you see that, after what you just said a couple days ago about your vote to acquit him, I think it's got to be, you know, whether they believed it when they initially said it or not, it's got to be a difficult thing for them to hear, because it really completely undercuts their rationale for casting the vote the way they did.
Adam Schiff warned senators, said there was a CBS report that you'd have your head on a pike if you went against the president. That was not received well by some senators, like Lisa Murkowski, who told reporters afterwards she did not like that. But already we're seeing fallout from Mitt Romney, Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, tweeting that Romney should be like ripped out of the Republican caucus, Elise. There's a real question of what the repercussions will be for Mitt Romney. So where does that settle in terms of the pushback those Republicans gave to Adam Schiff just a week or so ago, and what we may actually see happen in real life?
Well, I think we knew that Republicans were upset that Adam Schiff talked about that report on the Senate floor, because they felt that the report itself was untrue. It's not necessarily that the underlying sentiment was untrue. We know that the president has lashed out at members of his own party who've gone against him. That implied threat is always there with Donald Trump. And so I think Mitt Romney, he had an interesting interview with Fox News where he talked about the high stakes. He talked about his decision-making process, the fact that he consulted his very large family. He's thinking about the consequences for his grandchildren. And it's clear that he does not see this as blowback that's necessarily going to matter so much to him. He is at the end of a political career that's had ups and downs, and he talked about how losing the presidential election when he was the Republican nominee really was the low point of his political life. This is not going to be it for Mitt Romney. He feels that this was a decision made purely on principle, and he seems ready to defend that.
Aaron.
I thought it was really interesting, not just Romney talking about this in moralistic terms, but also Manchin's comment that if this was a political decision, it was the wrong decision for him, being from West Virginia, where obviously Trump is very popular. And then you contrast that with what we saw from Majority Leader McConnell, which was he came out there and basically his goal in that press conference was to say, congratulations, Democrats, you own the political ramifications of this. This is helping us. And then when he was asked about the morals of this, about the president maybe doing this again, he basically, it was from Manu from CNN, he basically begged off the question and said, you know, I've answered your questions before, and then immediately returned to the political consequences of this, staying very much in line with his message.
But it's important to point out that Leader McConnell has not weighed in on the question of wrongdoing because the trial was taking place. The trial is now over. So reporters are asking the question, did the president do something wrong? And he's still not answering it.
Totally didn't answer the question.
And I do think it speaks to a question that will continue to haunt Republicans, because more about the Ukraine pressure campaign is going to continue to come out. There are more FOIAs that are going to be released over the coming weeks. Other witnesses, we might see something from John Bolton at some point, maybe his book eventually. And so, I mean, that is a question that's not going to go away, and he's been very reluctant to address it.
Let's go hear Senator Schumer, who's addressing reporters.
On a fair trial, on doing what the Founding Fathers would have wanted us to do. But Democrats walked out of the Senate chamber with their heads held high because we sought the truth. We did everything we could to get the truth. The American people believed that and knew we were fighting for the truth, and know it to this day. I'm very proud of my caucus. Every member voted his or her conscience. Every member cared about the fundamental here, what I tried to talk about in my speech, the truth, the facts. It was a day, a week, 2 weeks, where the crucible of the nation was tested. A lot of people, including a Republican, passed the test. A lot of Republicans, Leader McConnell, failed that test. Failed to live up what this country is all about. Failed to live up to getting the truth. Early in the process, we defined what a fair trial was. Witnesses, documents. We didn't know what the witnesses would say. We didn't try to have a long list of witnesses to be dilatory. We simply looked at the ones who were eyewitness to the account and what they would say. And now that our Republican colleagues have rejected a fair trial, truth. There's a giant asterisk next to the president's acquittal. The asterisk says he was acquitted without facts, he was acquitted without a fair trial, and it means that his acquittal is virtually valueless. So while Leader McConnell in the White House may be cheering this as a win, history will view this as a Pyrrhic victory for Senate Republicans and the Senate Republican Party, and the Republican Party, and for President Trump. Because there was a metaphor here. McConnell and I were each supposed to speak, me at 3:30, him at 3:45. While I was speaking, only 2 Republicans were in the chamber. They were hiding in the cloakroom. When McConnell spoke, they all came out. That's a metaphor. They were afraid to hear the other side. They were afraid to hear the truth. They were afraid to talk about what was right. Our members all sat and listened to McConnell, and what he said didn't really bother us. For one thing, he didn't address a single charge in the 2 articles of impeachment. All he could do was attack this, attack that, attack Democrats, attack the House. This is a sacred trial. Talk about the facts. But they couldn't. And I believe the American people will realize that this was one of the largest cover-ups in the history of our nation. I believe the American people will know who stood in the way of truth, who were afraid of the facts, who covered up. And make no mistake about it, the drip, drip, drip of evidence is going to keep coming out. With each new revelation, Republicans are going to have to answer for their votes. They chose to turn their back on the American people and stand for a cover-up. They chose to use ad hominem attacks and finger-pointing. Leader McConnell couldn't even bring himself to say what the president did was wrong when you asked him a few minutes ago. That's astounding. Maybe he believes what Dershowitz believes. This president can do anything he wants. So, as I said, we always knew it was an uphill fight. No one had illusions that the president would be convicted. But we made the fight for truth, and we made the fight for facts, and it created a bipartisan impeachment that can never be erased from history. Never. And by the way, the chart McConnell had was as deceptive as most of his arguments. How many of those witnesses were allowed by President Trump on that chart? 0. How many documents were allowed by President Trump in the impeachment trial? 0. He criticized the House, but he's claiming credit for their witnesses, which weren't all the witnesses they wanted. So I'll take some questions. Yes, Garen.
How important will it be politically and historically that this was a bipartisan vote? And what was your reaction when you found out it was going to be?
First, I do want to salute Mitt Romney. The pressure on every Republican was enormous. Every Republican knows that this president is vindictive, vengeful, vicious sometimes, and they don't want to oppose him. There are a whole lot of Republicans, I believe, who knew we were right, but said, I don't want the bother of being attacked relentlessly by the president and the hard right. And so the fact that this is bipartisan holds up a beacon as to what was right and what was wrong. And the fact that the Democrats were united in conviction of the president, and even more important, on witnesses and on documents, speaks legions. Yes. Go ahead.
Senator Schumer, can you speak a little bit? Senator McConnell is making the argument that the polling numbers actually look better for his Republican incumbents than they do.
The amazing thing about Leader McConnell is he says the House is being political, and all he does is talk politics. The bottom line is, if you believe that truth prevails, if you believe that the American people wanted the facts. We're happy to live with that verdict and see where it takes us. Plain and simple. Yes, Manu.
President Trump's approval rating is now 49% according to the Gallup poll. Are you concerned at all that this effort was a political gift
No.
to the president?
No, not at all. This was seeking the truth. History, if you believe that right prevails, and we know we were right, and we know they knew they were wrong, as evidenced by them sort of hiding, shaking in the cloakroom, and even being unwilling to listen to the other side, then you know that it's going to work out. And I believe it will work out. Poll numbers go up and down, up and down. That's not what motivated us here. When something as serious as this, you try to figure out what is the right thing to do, what is the truth, how do you get the truth, and you go forward. And the chips will fall where they may. But almost always, if American history is any indication, when you're right, the chips fall on your side. Go ahead, Cheryl. No, I learned of the vote just before they called the roll when someone told me he put out a statement. Joe Manchin wrestled with this and struggled with it, showed far more courage than every Republican other than Mitt Romney. And I didn't know where he'd come out. I told him that he should just wrestle with his conscience. He's a religious man with God, and come to the conclusion to do the right thing. And I told him we'd be friends no matter what. No, you always shout out. I'll get to you, but I want to get to people who don't, I try to go to the milder-mannered people occasionally. That'll be up to them. I'm not going to get into that.
Do you think that if they do, what should happen?
I'm not going to comment on what the House of Representatives should do. As I said, I thought they did a very fine job. I don't have any second guessing of them. And the irony is they did a far finer job than the Senate did under Mitch McConnell's leadership. Mitch McConnell covered it all up. The House didn't. Nope. Yes, back there. Look, this idea we have too many impeachments, too few impeachments. The standard should not be how many or what's politically right or wrong. The standard should be, did the president commit high crimes and misdemeanors? I think it's conclusive that the president did. And if the president does it in 3 months, they should impeach him again. And if the next president does it, they should impeach him or her. The bottom line is very simple. This idea that the election should decide, if the Founding Fathers thought elections should decide, they wouldn't have put impeachment in the Constitution. They obviously said there are some instances where impeachment should decide. And there was no term limits then. So it's not that, second term is okay and all of that. It's the most ridiculous argument that elections should decide when the Founding Fathers put impeachment in the Constitution. Yes?
Ukraine was the prime victim of this trial.
Yes.
Do you feel that Ukraine can become toxic?
Senator Schumer addressing reporters on this historic day. He did not win this fight to convict President Trump and remove him from office. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, my colleague on Capitol Hill now, for her analysis of today's historic events. Rhonda.
Yeah, Libby, I think you can see the gravity of today on the faces of the senators as they left the chamber. I don't know if you saw there on the split screen earlier, but many of them, as they left, no smiles, of course, but you could see a weight. You could see that this was hard for everyone, and now everyone is going to have to calculate what damage this has done, either to them personally in their political careers or their party. So I think everybody's weighing that right now. Senators are leaving the Capitol as well, and I think everyone feels that weight of seriousness that goes along with this type of proceeding. So that's sort of the mood here on the Capitol. I was thinking back a little earlier today that I've been here covering the impeachment actually in May when House Democrats had their very first impeachment meeting that was over the Mueller report, and Nancy Pelosi wanted to gather her caucus and get a sense from everyone of how they were thinking. And I was waiting out in the basement with other reporters as Democrats left that meeting, and everyone we talked to, no one wanted to go this route because they said that the Senate would acquit. So what happened today was really what they knew, what they feared, and now it's about what comes after this. So we heard earlier today that Representative Nadler said that he would like to bring Bolton in and subpoena him so that he testifies in front of the House Judiciary Committee. There hasn't been, at least to my knowledge as of yet, an official announcement to schedule a hearing with Bolton, but it's something that House Democrats have been saying in this whole 3-week process. They've been saying that, you know, if you don't call witnesses, if you don't examine extra evidence, we will do it on our side. So, you know, this may not be over, and as a reporter who has covered a lot of judiciary hearings in the last several months, and intelligence as well, you know, I'm not sure this is over right now. I do think House Democrats may take a little time to decide which way they want to go, but I think we are going to hear more about election interference. We had Christopher Wray here, FBI director, was here earlier in front of the Judiciary Committee, and he was pressed about election interference. So I don't think, even with this vote today, I don't think this is over.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Let's talk, Elise and Aaron, about the prospect of more hearings in the House. You know, we heard Senator Schumer moments ago mentioning the Constitution. Last night we saw Jerry Nadler reading his pocket Constitution before the State of the Union, which was clearly like a display meant to communicate something. How do the House Democrats make this calculation of, we could potentially hear from John Bolton, we could potentially extract information from him and get him in front of not just our committees but the television cameras, and yet Leader McConnell has some pretty strong points there about how strong the president's approval ratings are and how this could be politically perilous for Democrats if they continue these probes.
I mean, the Republicans have set up an argument that's sort of going to get Democrats either way. The Republicans argue that the Democrats can't help but continue to investigate Trump, that it's a witch hunt. We saw that phrase not only from the president but from the RNC just now. So I think that, as we were discussing earlier, the Democrats are going to have to make a calculation about the politics of 2020 as their more vulnerable incumbents go to the constituents that they need to reelect them. And they need to make a case about what Democrats in the House have been able to accomplish since they took the majority. And I think that Nancy Pelosi knows that this is a very, it's a tightrope that they have to walk. They know that it's going to be the bread and butter kitchen table issues that ultimately get their voters out to the polls, that convince the undecideds. However, I know that they also see their role in investigating Trump as something that's essential to accountability and essential to their role as the legislative branch. So I don't think we know how they're going to navigate this, but when it comes to Bolton, I think it would be really hard for them to resist bringing him in at this point.
Yeah, one complicating factor there, of course, is when they would actually be able to get him in. You know, they could subpoena him, but there will be a court case. Another argument for maybe not going down that road is there was some concern it would impact the existing case they have trying to get Don McGahn down to testify. Maybe they're worried that this would complicate that a little bit. One thing that Senator McConnell said, though, that was unquestionably true is that Nancy Pelosi did walk into this reluctant. Clearly, at least that's what she was projecting and being very convincing when she was projecting it back when some in her party were on board, but she wasn't. It's got to be tempting to keep, you know, kind of investigating this, holding the odd hearing here or there. But I think she is going to be worried about the idea that they're going to try to have a second bite at the apple after an acquittal. They can maybe do things and avoid that a little bit, but I think that, you know, having more of a full-fledged effort, it strikes me as something that she will be very reluctant to do unless she sees a real political benefit to it and at least not worry so much about the political consequences, which she clearly did before.
Well, President Trump has tweeted about the impeachment process. Here's what he wrote on Twitter. I will be making a public statement tomorrow at 12 p.m. from the White House to discuss our country's victory on the impeachment hoax. And we will bring you that statement tomorrow live right here. Let's talk about political fallout and political consequences. We will wait and see what exactly the political fallout of all of this will be. I mean, there's sort of the short term and then there's the long term. Mitt Romney, right after we learned what his vote would be, Fox News released an interview with him, and so Mitt Romney sat down with Chris Wallace to explain his vote and brace for the blowback. Let's listen.
It's the most difficult decision I've ever made in my life. There's been nothing that compares to this.
And what about the blowback that it's going to come from the president?
I understand it will be substantial, and I have to recognize that it was one or the other. One is to say I don't want to face the blowback. I don't want to, whether not just from the president, but from my party, from my state, from Republican voters. They'll ascribe all sorts of motives and so forth, and those are all the consequences. But on the other side, there is, do you do what you know is right? Do you do what your conscience and your heart tells you? Do you abide by the oath that you swore to God? And I believe in God, and I believe I have a responsibility to put that first and to put all those other consequences well behind.
If this means the end of your political career?
Well, a friend of mine once said that the worst thing that ever happened to them politically had already happened. And the worst thing that ever happened to me politically was losing the presidency in 2012. I've got broad enough shoulders to be able to weather personal changes in my career, political or otherwise. But what I don't have is the capacity to ignore my conscience. I don't have the capacity to say that what was wrong was not wrong. What the president did was grievously wrong. And by the way, I say that at a time when I applaud what's happening with the economy. I agree with him 80% of the time. I don't dislike the president. We get along fine. I've known him for years and years, well before politics, before either one of us was in politics. But I believe he made a very serious miscalculation of judgment, one that strikes at the very core of our Constitution. And in a setting like that, not to acknowledge that would place a greater burden on my conscience even than on his.
Mitt Romney talking to Fox News today, explaining his vote to convict the president on abuse of power. Our colleague Paul Kane reported from the Senate chamber this afternoon that as the deputy sergeant of arms called out "hear ye" to get things started, that Senator Romney slipped into the chamber as was one of the last ones to arrive there and just stared straight ahead throughout the roll call, sometimes sipping water. So he does seem like a man alone at this hour, even though we heard Senator Manchin, sort of relate to him in the sense that this was sort of an independent vote that each have to take, and even though he's going to get some kudos from the likes of Senator Schumer, not exactly the person who Mitt Romney's looking to as his North Star.
Look, the easiest decision here for Mitt Romney would have been to take the Lamar Alexander route, to take the Lisa Murkowski route and say, what the president did was wrong, or even what the president did was very wrong. He could have even gone farther than those senators, but said it's just not something that's impeachable. I think that's something that he could have sold. Democrats who have been wooing him all these years wouldn't have been terribly happy with that outcome, but it wouldn't have carried the kind of vitriol and blowback that he's going to experience now. I think it's tempting to look at this and look for personal motivations. This decision is not going to help Mitt Romney become president. I don't think that he has any illusions about that. It's going to complicate things for him back home in Utah, which isn't the most pro-Trump red state, but it definitely is a pro-Trump state. It actually,
it's
the day before his vote,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
The day before his vote, there was a poll that showed the president for the first time getting a majority approval in Utah. So the timing of this is very interesting.
And we were talking earlier about how Evan McMullin actually carved out 20% of the vote
Right.
back in the 2016 election, pulling away from President Trump, but it is a conservative state.
There was a time when there was a thought that maybe Hillary Clinton could win like a three-way race in Utah. Obviously that didn't happen, but there is a resistance to the president in Utah. It has subsided somewhat, but even aside from that, Mitt Romney is somebody who has the kind of political capital with his home state that very few senators have. He's an institution in Utah, even though he was originally the governor in Massachusetts. And so, there's a reason that he's in this position now, and it's not just because he feels like he has the moral imperative here necessarily. It's also because he can take a vote like this and think that he might still have a fighting chance.
So Elise, where do we go from here?
Well, we're going to have to see how the House handles any future investigations. You made the point off camera that the Senate is back to its frequent task of confirming conservative judges.
It almost seems a little like routine, like, oh, they're back to judges. But it's so significant because they are back to confirming conservative judges. And so Mitch McConnell gets his way. He gets what he wants, which is to leave a legacy on the courts.
And it's his sweet spot. And he essentially referred to that in his remarks to reporters, saying that we are going to make a case to the American people in November that your life is better than it was 4 years ago. And I think that the conservatives on the courts are a big part of that argument. So obviously you saw a lot of senators leaving with somber faces, as Rhonda noted. The rest of the week is obviously going to have that tone on Capitol Hill, but come next week, we're going to be talking about the New Hampshire primary. We're going to get into the 2020 election cycle in earnest, and I think that the discussion of impeachment and of Trump's behavior is going to very quickly shift from Capitol Hill, where it's been for 4 months, to the campaign trail.
Aaron, what happens to these senators who criticized the president, Republicans, members of his own party, who used words like shameful or wrong to describe his conduct and yet voted to acquit him today?
There's, as far as blowback from the Republican Party base, there's certainly a strength in numbers kind of thing here. If you've got Lamar Alexander and Joni Ernst and Martha McSally all saying that what the president did was wrong but not impeachable, I don't think that their party is necessarily going to judge them poorly. What I'm most interested in, though, is what does this mean for the Thom Tillises, the McSallys, Cory Gardner, especially in an increasingly blue state in Colorado. They clearly, you know, to the extent this boiled down to politics, made the decision that this was something where it was more important to keep their base excited about their reelection than it was to win over middle-of-the-road voters who, in some of those states, probably a majority or close to it would have favored removal. They made a bet that alienating the president would just be too fatal. But that doesn't mean that this vote is necessarily going to help them. It might have just been the worst of two bad options. And so Mitch McConnell said all these Republicans have better poll numbers than they did at the start of this process. I'd like to see those numbers. We're going to see it as we start to get more data on some of these Senate races. But keep an eye on Cory Gardner. Keep an eye on Thom Tillis in North Carolina.
And we'll be watching to see how Senator Trump treats tomorrow's address, what sort of tone he uses, Elise, what sort of language he uses, and what that may do to the senators, but also to his own approval ratings.
Right, and Joe Manchin had a very interesting and I think revealing comment to reporters when he said that he wasn't certain, based on last night's State of the Union address, that Trump had learned his lesson, that he had been held accountable in a way that really chastened him. So we may see Trump triumphant tomorrow. He certainly is getting a lot of that kind of feedback from his own base. And how he handles this, I think, will give a clue to how we can expect him to handle the coming year on the campaign trail and future situations in his presidency that may turn out to be quite similar to what we went through with Ukraine.
Well, Elise Vivek, Aaron Blake, thank you so much for joining us. We are a newspaper, so let's look at this evening's headline. Here it is. Trump acquitted. No matter what your views are on that headline or on this day, I want to thank you for watching this history, which is truly history, with the Washington Post. Thank you for your time tonight and for joining us. I'm Libby Casey. Good evening.